London, England. Inside a quietly luxurious room, firelight flickered across polished furniture and tall bookshelves. Lu En sat beside the fireplace, an unopened letter resting in his hand. Nearby, a snow-white owl stood atop the table, tilting its head as it carefully preened its feathers, completely unbothered by the silence. Lu En finally broke the seal. The letter was written in elegant, flowing English. Thankfully, having lived in London for 11 years since his rebirth, reading it posed no difficulty. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Gerald, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The school term will begin on September 1st. Please send your reply by all no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Beneath the letter was another sheet, densely packed with books, robes, and magical supplies. At the bottom sat a familiar emblem. A lion, a snake, a badger, an eagle. Lu En exhaled slowly. So, this is that world. 11 years ago, he had been reborn in 1980s London. Though an orphan, he inherited a sizable fortune and a house of his own. For a long time, he believed this was simply a second life in ordinary Britain. He never expected it to be Harry Potter's world. As if on cue, his thoughts drifted to his own secret. A strange golden finger. A traveling frog cub wearing a tiny, crumpled hat. In his previous life, it had been nothing more than a casual game. A frog would travel, send photos, and occasionally bring back souvenirs. But Lu En's frog was different. It didn't travel the world. It traveled between worlds. Every journey brought back something new. Something impossible. The frog cub had left 3 days ago. Today was the day it was supposed to return. And today, Hogwarts had sent him a letter. Lu En smiled faintly. At least now I know where I am. He fed the owl, tied his reply to its leg, and watched it glide out the window, vanishing into the night sky. With nothing left to do, Lu En leaned back on the couch and picked up several photographs on the table. They had been sent earlier that day by the frog cub. Each photo showed unfamiliar landscapes. Strange buildings unlike anything from modern cities. One image caught his attention in particular. A young man, flames dancing across his fingers, laughing freely beneath a blazing sky. That world doesn't look normal at all. The corner of Lu En's mouth lifted. Then, thud. A soft sound drew his attention. A green frog, no bigger than a fist, sat proudly on the table. Behind it was a bulging package. Croak. The frog cub hopped forward, tugged open the bundle, and revealed a golden crystal, lightning faintly crackling across its surface. It pushed the crystal toward Lu En. Croak. Then it pointed at its mouth. Hungry. Lu En chuckled, placing the prepared food in front of it. Good job. As the frog cub ate happily, Lu En turned his gaze back to the crystal. A golden, prismatic gem wrapped in thin arcs of lightning. He didn't touch it immediately. Unlike the frog cub, he wasn't immune to danger. Some things needed understanding first. At that moment, translucent text appeared before his eyes. Thunder Dragon Slayer Crystal. Origin: Fairy Tale. Effect: grants Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and an enhanced Thunder Dragon physique. Usage: if implantation assistance is unavailable, swallowing is a viable option. Lu En stared. You brought back something ridiculous. He knew this crystal. A Dragon Slayer core. Something that could turn an ordinary human into a walking natural disaster. His pale blue eyes burned with excitement. With this, he would finally have a foundation in the wizarding world. After a brief hesitation, Lu En picked up the crystal. The lightning numbed his fingers. Then, without another thought, he swallowed it whole. The crystal shattered instantly. Lightning surged through his body, tearing through muscle and bone. Lu En clenched his teeth as pain ripped through him like wild beasts. His eyes turned gold. Electricity wrapped around him like a living storm. Boom! Thunder split the night sky. For half an hour, lightning roared above London. When Luen finally regained consciousness, the room was unrecognizable. Furniture had been reduced to charcoal. The fireplace lay shattered. Only faint arcs of electricity illuminated the space. The frog cub slept peacefully in its den, completely unaffected. Luen turned on the lights and stepped before a floor-to-ceiling mirror. Blonde curls. Sharp features. Light blue eyes now carrying a faint golden glow. His body was taller. Stronger. Perfectly proportioned. Luen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crackling lightning burst into the air. The power of a thunder dragon. A slow smile spread across his face. His life at Hogwarts was about to begin. Luen drew in a slow breath and guided the lightning surging through his body back into its core. The crackling arcs faded, disappearing beneath his skin as if they had never existed. The fusion of the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal had done far more than enhance his physique beyond human limits. It had granted him mastery over lightning itself, along with the complete inheritance of Thunder Dragon magic. Thunder Dragon's roar. Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. And the ultimate Dragon Slayer secret, Mingyule. Each spell was destructive enough to shake a battlefield. Sitting on the sofa, Luen calmed his breathing and shifted his thoughts to what came next. He had already sent his reply to Hogwarts. Because he was an orphan, the school had included special arrangements in their letter. A professor would be dispatched to personally guide him through purchasing school supplies. In other words, all he needed to do now was wait. And quietly familiarize himself with Dragon Slayer magic in the meantime. Luen leaned back. In this world, dragons also existed. But compared to those of fairy tale, the difference was laughable. In the wizarding world, dragons were dangerous beasts, yes, but still creatures that could be hunted, restrained, and even turned into wand materials. The dragons of these two worlds aren't even close, Luen muttered. In fairy tale, dragons were walking calamities. Living disasters. 3 days later. July 31st. 7 a.m. After finishing breakfast, Luen was helping his frog cub pack its tiny travel bag. It was time for another journey. Just as he tightened the strap. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Coming. Luen already knew who it would be. The Hogwarts professor was scheduled to arrive today. The only question was who? He opened the door. Mr. Luen Gerald? A low, cold voice greeted him. Yes. Luen looked up. The man before him wore a long black robe. Greasy shoulder-length hair framed a sharp face with thin cheeks, an aquiline nose, and eyes so indifferent they felt almost cutting. Even before he spoke his name, Luen knew exactly who he was. Excuse me, you are Severus Snape. The man gave a precise, restrained bow. Professor of Potions at Hogwarts. Head of Slytherin House. I've been assigned to guide you through your preparations for the new term. Luen responded politely and stepped aside. Welcome, Professor Snape. Please come in. Snape nodded and entered the living room. They sat opposite each other as Luen prepared 2 cups of black tea, setting them neatly on the table. Of all the professors he might have expected, Snape was the one who left the deepest impression. A double agent. A tragic man. Cold, brilliant, and unforgiving. Their conversation was straightforward. Required supplies. Textbooks. Expenses. Luen had prepared thoroughly. In advance, he had converted part of his inheritance into gold, planning to exchange it at Gringotts. Gold held value in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds. Pounds, by comparison, were far less useful in magical society. After hearing this, Snape's indifferent gaze softened slightly. A prepared wizard was rare, especially an orphan. When everything was settled, Snape rose and drew his wand. We'll handle all purchases today, he said. Take hold of my robe. Understood, Professor. Luen scooped up the frog cub, still half asleep, and grabbed the edge of Snape's black robe. It may be uncomfortable, Snape warned. Before Luen could reply, the world twisted. A crushing pressure wrapped around his body, accompanied by a brief sense of suffocation and distortion. Apparition. For an ordinary wizard, the sensation would have been overwhelming. For Luen, whose body had fused with Dragon Slayer power, it was little more than a mild discomfort. A second later, the feeling vanished. They stood inside a familiar pub, the Leaky Cauldron. Snape glanced at him. Excellent adaptability. It was rare praise, but genuine. Then Snape spoke again. Mr. Gerald, have you considered which house you wish to join? Luen paused. I haven't made a decision yet, Professor. He had his preferences, of course. But saying them aloud now would be unwise. Snape studied him for a moment. Is that so? Then, without hesitation. Have you considered Slytherin? The intent was obvious. Snape saw potential in him and wanted him. Luen hesitated. But Professor, doesn't the Sorting Hat decide? Snape's lips curled faintly. As long as you desire it, the Sorting Hat will not object. Luen fell silent. Joining Slytherin wasn't a bad choice. With strength, it could even be an advantage. And having Snape's full guidance? That was priceless. Finally, he nodded. If that's possible. I'd be honored, Professor. For just a moment, Severus Snape smiled.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After getting Luen's answer, a rare smile appeared on Snape's face. Immediately afterwards, the corners of the slightly raised mouth were pressed down. Then, Mr. Gerald, follow me. After speaking, Snape walked in front of him resolutely, and Luen followed closely behind him. There are a lot of people in the entire Leaky Cauldron bar. After all, this is the gathering place of wizards in London, so most of them are drinking and chatting here. Before Luen could take a look, Snape pulled him into an alley with a wall. There is also a trash can placed in the corner of this wall. Count 3 bricks above this trash can, then 2 across the way. With that said, Snape picked up his wand and tapped the brick twice, and then a fantastic scene appeared in front of them. I saw that the bricks began to move constantly, and soon a circular stone gate was formed, revealing the crowded streets inside. Remember where I hit just now, you'll use it later. Snape still had a very good impression of this little wizard who was about to join the Snake House. Naturally, there will be more. Understood. Luen nodded, and then his pale blue eyes looked curiously at the street that belonged to wizards. This is Diagon Alley, where you buy things and where all wizards gather. After coming to Diagon Alley, the first thing to do is to exchange some galleons, which is the common currency among wizards in this world. The place where money is exchanged is called Gringotts. Under the leadership of Snape, the two soon arrived at the entrance of Gringotts. The bronze-colored door stood at the corner of the street, and beside the door were 2 neatly dressed leprechauns. When the two walked into Gringotts, a goblin greeted them. What kind of service do you two want? I'll exchange for galleon. After speaking, Luen opened the backpack that he had been carrying behind him. He put the sleeping frog cub on his head and immediately took out a gold bar and placed it on the table. Immediately afterwards, he saw a glint of light flashing in the eyes of all the goblins around him, which were greedy eyes. In this world, fairies are the most greedy. Thinking of this, Luen put his backpack on the table and poured out the gold inside. The gold of this half backpack cost at least 1/2 of Luen's estate. Arguably, Luen now has more assets than some pure-blood wizarding families. How much gold galleons can these be exchanged for? Before coming back, Luen had already learned about the currency situation here at Snape. Gold galleons are the most valuable, followed by silver seco and bronze gnat. After the two came out of Gringotts again, Luen now has more than 10,000 gold galleons in his hands. He had only taken out 200 galleons now, and a key from the Gringotts warehouse. Shop now for wands and everyday items. Under Snape's guidance, Luen came to a room. The sign above reads, Ollivander's Wand Shop. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ollivander walking over with a smile and greeted cordially, "Long time no see, Professor Snape. 13½ inches long, birch, phoenix feather core. Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander. Snape nodded, then said, "Your memory is as good as ever." "Of course," said Ovalid proudly. "I'll remember any wand I've sold here, including their owner. Is this little guy here to buy a wand?" Looking at Luen, who was standing behind Snape, curiously looking at the box with wands around him, and asked happily, "Yes, sir, I think I need a wand." Seeing Ophenaris looking at him, Luen responded with a smile. "Everyone has their own wand, and the fit of both parties must be perfect. You must know that the wand chooses the owner. If you encounter an inappropriate wand, the magic will be greatly reduced. Come and let me measure you, little wizard." With that said, Ovalid picked up the tape measure and began to measure Luen's height, head circumference, arm length, etc., which made Luen a little puzzled. "Do I still need to measure these things to buy a wand?" "It's to help you cut down on inappropriate wands, okay, little wizard." Ovalid recorded the data, then asked Luen, "Which is your dominant hand?" "Right hand," Luen replied. "Oh, wait for me to see." Ovalid put away the tape measure, then went to the depths of the store, found a small box, and took out a light black wand. "Come on, try this one. Cedar wood, ptarmigan feathers, 13 inches, the aptitude of the powerful, try it out. Just wave the wand in your hand, little wizard." Luen took the wand and waved it lightly, followed by an arc of electricity from the tip of the wand. Luen could feel that he could control that tiny arc. In the surprised eyes of Snape and Ophenaris, the arc began to slowly draw in the air. After a while, a golden tree with golden yellow leaves appeared in front of everyone. "Good, so pretty." A melodious voice sounded from the doorway. Luen turned his head and saw a delicate-looking little girl with long, fluffy brown hair. Behind her, there was a couple standing. Luen raised his eyebrows, then controlled the arc to dissipate in midair. "Thank you, beautiful lady. Awesome, perfect fit. You're the first little wizard I've seen for so many years selling wands." At this moment, Ovalid couldn't help clapping his hands. And Snape nodded in agreement. This was also the first time he had seen such a talented little wizard. "Thank you for the compliment." Luen responded with a smile. At this moment, the little girl at the door also recovered from the scattered golden trees and looked at Luen with a pair of brown eyes. The sunlight falling from the window just fell on Luen's handsome half-face, and his smile was very dazzling. In an instant, her pure white cheeks turned pale red. After complimenting Luen, Ovalid turned his attention to the little girl at the door. "Little wizard, do you need a wand too?" My name is Hermione Granger, and no, I need a wand, sir," the little girl said incoherently. And Luen stood by, familiar with his wand, and his expression flashed a little bit of understanding. Sure enough, it was Miss Hermione. Really cute. Asterisk. Vinewood, dragon heartstring, 10, with great power at its core, great wand, Miss Granger. Ovalid handed Hermione a wand tangled in vines and motioned her to give it a slight wave. This time the wand didn't quite reach the level of Luen's perfect fit, but it was also a wand that fit itself well. Hermione felt a little dissatisfied looking at the wand that cast its magic with ease. Her wand wasn't quite as flexible as Luen's. After all, after seeing the perfect display, people will always feel slow about some flaws. Ovalid seemed to see Hermione's mood and explained softly, "Your level is among the best among the little wizards who have purchased wands in recent days. The little wizard next to you, his fit with the wand, is the only one we have seen in our shop for more than 300 years." And Luen, who was studying the wand by the side, also gained an understanding of his own level after hearing this. The reason why this wand has such a high degree of fit is because this wand is made of Thunderbird's tail feathers, and what Luen just got is the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal. Secondly, on the other hand, Luen himself has a high degree of control over Ray, and it doesn't matter whether he has a wand or not. He can even perform an unarmed call to thunder on the spot without a wand. After all, in a sense, he has inherited everything from Thunder Dragon, his physique, magic. "Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. Are you also a wizard this year?" Just as Luen was thinking, a pleasant voice brought him back to his senses. Following the voice, he raised his head and the light blue eyes reflected the petite and lovely figure. He nodded and said, "My name is Lou N. Gerald, this year's incoming student." "Nice to meet you, Miss Granger." Having said that, Lewin glanced at Snape, who was standing by the side, and saw that the other party was staring at him with interest, which made him feel a little chill behind him, so he quickly asked, "Professor Snape, should we go and buy the rest?" "Of course, Mr. Gerald." Snape found that the little wizard who was about to enter the snake house had too many surprises. With strong aptitude and stable character, after a little training, he will definitely become an excellent wizard. Maybe after growing up, even that one. Just then, a voice broke Snape's mind. "Gerald hasn't bought the rest yet. Do you want to go with us?" Seeing Lewin looking at herself, Hermione's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she quickly explained, "I just didn't buy the rest, so I just went together. Just call me Lou-Anne, but you'll have to ask Professor Snape about this." Lewin was intrigued by the proposal, but he didn't forget that he had a professor by his side. "Professor?" At this time, Hermione also noticed the tall man in black robe who had been standing beside Lou-Anne. "Are you a professor at the school?" "Yes, Professor Snape is the potions professor at Hogwarts." Hermione thought he was Lewin's parent, but he was a professor. "But aren't all the little wizards who enter the school led by their parents to buy things?" "Certainly, Mr. Gerald." As Snape agreed, the two paid Kim galleon for the wand. One is the price of 7 galleons. The Grangers, who were following Hermione, were curious about the wizarding school their daughter was about to enter, so they kept asking Snape about it along the way. This left Lou-Anne and Hermione slowly trailing behind the trio. "Miss Granger, what do you want to buy next, books or clothing?" "Just call me Hermione. I want to go to the bookstore next." "Then go buy textbooks first." After having a goal, the group quickly came to the location of the bookstore. There are not too many courses in the first grade, so there are only a few textbooks. On the contrary, Hermione bought all the textbooks for the second grade in advance, and even bought a few more books of common knowledge and magazines related to the magical world. This can't help but make Lewin look at him. A scholar is indeed a scholar. Thinking of the learning ability of the original Hermione, Lou-Anne sighed in his heart. With this ability, even without entering the magic world, Hermione can far surpass ordinary people in various fields. After coming out of the bookstore, Lou-Anne and Hermione had an extra backpack on them, which looked bulging. "There is one last stop, Mrs. Morgan's robe shop." Lewin picked up the shopping list, and there was only one thing on it, and that was the robes the wizard needed. No, we're going to the pet store next." "Pet shop." At this time, Lou-Anne suddenly remembered that his frog cub suddenly disappeared by his side, as if he had exchanged all gold galleons. "Going on a trip?" "Forget it. The frog cub is invincible anyway and can't die." "Then go." It was noon now, so Lou-Anne wasn't in a hurry anyway. With Snape around, going home was a matter of apparition. What pet does Lewin want to buy? Came to the pet store. Lou-Anne looked at the various animals in the store and felt a little bored. These animals are nothing more than owls, toads, and cats. There are no interesting magical animals. Hearing Hermione's question, Lou-Anne shrugged and replied softly, "I already have a frog and don't need another pet. But an owl that delivers letters is still necessary." Time flies. After buying pets and owls, the group went to Madame Mokin's clothing store and bought a set of wizard robes. Then came the time to part. Lou-Anne and Hermione made an appointment to go to King's Cross Station together before school starts and write letters to communicate when they have time. The light of the afterglow fell on the stone bricks of Diagon Alley. Lewin watched the Grangers leave Diagon Alley and then operade back home with Snape. "See you at school then, Mr. Gerald. Also, if you want to come to the Snake Academy, remember to learn magic from books." Before leaving, Snape left a sentence and disappeared into the living room. "Do you want to increase your strength?" "Looks like Snape really likes me." Lou-Anne pondered as he put the purchases on the table. However, there were several photos on the table at some point in time. Lou-Anne picked up one and looked at it. On the huge rock wall, there are 4 ingenious figures carved. Asterisk. Looking at the scene in the photo, the huge rock wall is carved with 4 heads. Lou-Anne is more and more familiar. President Rock doesn't look like this. Wait, it won't be Naruto World this time, will it? Suddenly, Luan remembered. After all, he has lived in this world for 11 years, and his memories have long been very vague. For example, in the current Harry Potter world, Luan can only remember a few famous characters. As for the plot, it's already blurred. The world that the Frog Cub has visited in the last 2 times is very strong. The last fairy tale world brought back Thunder Dragon Slayer crystals. This time Naruto World does not know what interesting specialties it will bring. Thinking like this, Luan began to look forward to it. Time flies fast on boring days. In a blink of an eye, it was the day before school started. Luan sat in front of the fireplace and handed his finished letter to the waiting owl. This is a reply to Hermione. After the two separated, they have been using owls to write letters to communicate. Thanks a lot. After opening the closed window, the pure white owl flew into the sky. At this time, Luan turned his head to the frog cub sleeping in the nest. As early as half a month, the frog cub came back, and also brought back a special souvenir. It was a smaller scroll. Through identification, I learned the scroll's full name, Spirituality. Since then, the frog cub has been sleeping in the nest and has never traveled again. But Luan doesn't need other things to enhance his strength now. After all, a Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal is enough for him to study for a few years. The magic of those dragons in his mind, until now Luan has almost mastered it. In addition to the ultimate Dragon Slayer profound truth, he can easily activate everything else. In addition, Luan's body is constantly strengthening day by day, and the originally flat abdomen is now angular. But in terms of appearance, wearing clothes is not much different from before. He even did an experiment on his own strength, and now Luan can easily lift a solid wood table with one hand. Is the dragon's crystal constantly changing my physique? Luan looked at the blue sky and whispered to himself. Forget it, anyway. He won't become a dragon in the end like the first generation of Dragon Slayer magicians. After all, he is the second generation of the transplanted crystal, which has no effect at all. Leave these useless thoughts behind. Now Luan has to get ready for school tomorrow. Books, clothes, headphones, game consoles. Most of these items do not belong to this era. They were brought back by the frog cubs when they traveled in the past. After everything was tidied up, the bright noon had turned into a starry night. Simply make your own meals and dishes. Although he has lived for 11 years, Luan really has no way of being familiar with the food here. Since he can move his hands and feet, all the food is wuxia food made by himself. After the meal, the owl just came back with a letter from Hermione on its mouth. The content of the letter is very simple. Go to King's Cross Station tomorrow, and then the two of you will meet. Although Luan and Hermione both live in London, the distance between the two is quite far. With everything ready, Luan is ready to go to sleep. On the spacious bed, the moonlight transmitting curtains sprinkled on the handsome face. Except for the occasional frog croaking, the whole room fell into silence. 6 in the morning. Luan woke up early. After taking a shower and having a simple breakfast, Luan went out with his luggage to find a taxi. King's Cross is well known throughout London. After all, it is a Grade 1 station built in the heart of London. Luan had been to King's Cross before, but at the time he never thought it would be the Wizarding World. Luan's house is not too far from the center of London, and the speed of the car is also very strong, and it takes half an hour to arrive at the station. When Luan got out of the car with his luggage, he saw a cute girl with fluffy hair looking out in the crowd. Hi Luan, here I am. Just as Luan was about to pass, Hermione's brown eyes also caught the blonde Luan. After all, that handsome face stands out in the crowd. After Luan approached, Hermione raised her head a little suspiciously and said, "How do you feel, Luan? You've grown so much. Is there? Maybe during the developmental period." Luan naturally knew what was going on, but obviously couldn't tell. 11-year-old Luan has reached about 155, and he is also more conspicuous among his peers. "Oh, is that frog on top of your head your pet?" Hermione nodded knowingly, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She asked curiously at the frog cub lying on Luan's head with wide eyes. "Frog cub, this is my pet." Lewin took the frog cub off his head and put it in front of Hermione. It's a frog who likes to travel. The appearance of the frog cub is very strange, not the appearance of ordinary frogs. It looks like the image in the game. This cute look naturally attracted the attention of the little girl Hermione. So cute, like a magical creature. Hermione touched the little head of the frog cub enviously. She wants one too. If you have a cub, can you give me one? Welp? Lewin's mouth twitched, looking at the frog cub lying on his hands and pretending to be dead. Shouldn't give birth. Although he did not know that the frog cubs were male and female. Sure. After a moment of hesitation, Lewin nodded. After chatting all the way, the two also came between the 9th platform and the 10th platform. 9? Where is the platform? The Granger couple, who followed behind the two, looked around blankly. It should be that pillar. Lewin looked at the train ticket in his hand and pointed in a direction. I saw the introduction in Hogwarts magazine, and this column is the platform that goes through Hogwarts station. Saying that, Lewin picked up his luggage and walked over. I'll try it first. His fingers lightly touched the patterned pillar, and it was obvious that it was just a phantom. Then, under the surprised eyes of the Grangers, Lewin walked in slowly. Miss Hermione on the side also imitated Lewin and quickly passed the pillar and came to the 9 platform. The Grangers followed closely behind. When I came to the platform, what appeared in front of everyone was a dark red steam locomotive with its name marked on it. Hogwarts Express. The train to the magic school is about to leave. Asterisk. Hermione here. Lewin pulled out an empty compartment with the luggage of the two of them and tucked the 2 suitcases in his hand into the luggage rack above. The strength of his body was exposed at this moment. Thanks a lot. Hermione thanked Lewin, then looked at Lewin curiously with her bright brown eyes. I didn't expect that it didn't look very strong, but it has such a strong strength. You must know that her suitcase is full of a lot of things, and she knows the weight. Even getting on the train had Lewin to help. She really didn't expect Lewin to lift one hand up. Soon, after packing up the luggage, the two sat face to face in the seats. Hermione took out a few books and put them on the table, looking like she was going to study hard on the road. Lewin glanced at the title of the book curiously. The School History of Hogwarts, the Greatest White Wizard of All Time, on the Essential Skills of a Melee Wizard, Swimming with Ghoul. It all means that there are popular science books and travel books about the magic world. It's really too broad, thought Lewin. His light blue eyes turned to look out the window. At this time, the train had not arrived at the time to start, so at a glance, he could see the crowds gradually increasing outside. The Grangers left after seeing the two of them on the train, but he did see a few interesting characters. It was 2 red-haired families, 2 twins carrying luggage to the train, and a little boy standing by with a mouse in his arms. It's from the Weasley family, Lewin muttered to himself. He remembered that the final outcome of the 2 twins was also quite miserable. The 2 were inseparable, and only one was left in the end. Want a snack? Thanks. A slender white hand held the packaged chocolate and reached out to Lewin, who took the chocolate and thanked him. Before getting on the train, Lewin also prepared some snacks, just to prevent the journey from being too long and too hungry. Thinking of this, he opened the school bag he had placed next to his seat and took out a mesh bag, which contained round rice balls made of glutinous rice. This bag of rice balls is a special gift that Frog Cub brought back to him. It is called Momotaro rice balls, and it comes from the world of Doraemon. This kind of rice ball can be regarded as a big killer in a sense. However, there are many such rice balls, Lewin, because the Frog Cub often travels in a world many times, and every time he travels, he brings back this kind of rice ball. Come and try this. With that said, Lewin placed the rice ball in front of Hermione. It doesn't have much effect when people eat it. Lewin eats it as a snack when he has something to do. It tastes really good after all. Rice balls, a small snack, tastes very good. Hermione curiously picked up a rice ball and put it in her mouth. Her eyes widened the moment she entered. Just then, the train's whistle sounded. The wizards on the platform were all in a hurry to squeeze into the train with their luggage. It was a long time ago that the two of them were in the rear of the car, and there was no little wizard who came to find a seat. The train started slowly. Shaking along the rails, he started driving towards Hogwarts. Outside the window, the center of London turned into countryside, fields, and blue sky. At this time, Lewin discovered that the frog cub that was sleeping in his arms had disappeared at this time. Looks like I'm traveling again. Seeing that the scene outside the window became so beautiful, Hermione didn't have any mind to read books. The two of them just looked at the scenery and ate snacks. After driving for a while, a waiter pushing a snack cart knocked on the compartment door. "Two little wizards, do you want to buy some snacks?" "Do not. Come some of the same." Hermione was about to refuse, but Luen, who was beside her, interrupted her next words. As soon as the words fell, a few silver coins were placed on the table. "Good sir." As a lot of snacks were placed on the table, the high ones were about to pile up into a hill. Hermione couldn't even see Lewin's blonde hair, and she pouted. "Can you eat so much?" "It's not you." Lewin said that he took apart a snack, which contained a frog made of chocolate, and what was even more interesting was that the chocolate frog could move on its own. "Even the two of us can't eat that much." Hermione looked at the chocolate frogs jumping among the snacks and was a little surprised for a while. "It's fun." Grabbing the chocolate frog, Lewin put it in his mouth, and the thick chocolate flavor filled his mouth, but the frog leg that remained at the corner of his mouth was still moving around. Hermione, who turned her head sideways, watched. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Really fun. After all, it was the first time she had seen this kind of snack in her life. She picked up a bag of BB Duo beans, tore the package, and put one in her mouth. "Grape-flavored beans. Give me some too." Lewin raised his eyebrows, reached out and took one and put it in his mouth. Then his face became distorted. "It tastes like bitter gourd. Eating this snack is nothing short of torture for the unlucky." Boom. There was another knock on the compartment door, and Lewin put another multi-flavored bean in his mouth, then got up and opened the door. This time it's strawberry flavor, and it's not bad. Standing at the door was a round-faced boy who looked blank. "Sorry, have you seen my toad?" Luen and Hermione both shook their heads, and the boy's mood went down. "I've searched the whole train. Let's help you find it," Hermione suggested kindly, looking at the boy whose eyes were gradually red and swollen. "Thank you, my name is Neville Longbottom." "You're welcome. My name is Hermione Granger, and he's my companion Lou and Gerald." In front of the outsiders, Hermione raised her head and introduced the names of the two like a proud swan. It was the first time that Lewin had seen Hermione like this. "It feels good," he thought. "It always feels like you're thinking of something bad." Hermione turned around and narrowed her eyes at Luen, who was staring at her in a daze. "I was just wondering where that toad went." Luen replied with a shrug. "Mr. Longbottom, where was the last time you saw your toad?" Hermione asked. And Luen, who was eating the multi-flavored beans, roughly guessed where the toad was. Asterisk. Luen and Hermione strolled through the carriage, followed by Neville with his head bowed. The trio are looking for the lost toad. Speaking of which, Luen, your frog cub seems to be gone too. Hermione suddenly discovered that the frog cub that had been lying on Lewin's head had long since disappeared. "It travels, leave it alone." Luen thought of the frog cub who had just carried his luggage and felt a little relieved in his heart. "After lying at home for so many days, I finally knew it was time to travel." "Yes." Hermione didn't say anything when she saw Lewin's indifferent expression. "Your frog cub is really strange." Just then, Lewin knocked on the door of a compartment, and the two had already searched for half the train. "Hello, have you ever seen a toad?" Pushing open the door, there were two little boys inside, one with round glasses and the other with prominent red hair. "No, sir, we haven't seen a toad." The little boy with glasses politely answered Lewin's question. "Hey, Harry, watch my magic." The little red-haired boy on the side interrupted the conversation, only to see that he picked up the wand in his hand and aimed it at the little mouse in his sleep. Daisies, sweet cream, and sunshine turned this silly fat mouse yellow. The battered wand fluttered, but nothing happened, and the fat rat slept soundly and pumped his leg. Those two were Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley, and the mouse, not the mouse. Unexpectedly, it actually came across. How could it possibly fail? Ronald blushed and continued to wave the magic with his broken wand in disbelief, but the wand only emitted a white gas and had no effect. On the other side, Hermione, who was looking for toads in other private rooms, also walked over with Neville and happened to see this scene. Your magic gestures are not standardized. Maybe you should learn more. For example, a new one. With that said, Hermione picked up her wand and pointed it at Harry's glasses, and the cracked mirror surface suddenly became smooth. Very simple spell, isn't it? The corners of her mouth lifted slowly. No, even with the right gesture, that mouse doesn't turn yellow. Lou knew the real identity of the mouse in front of him. But what about him? Lou and Gerald, nice to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter. Come here, just get to know each other. Lou nodded friendly. Nice to meet you, Lodash. Harry Potter? Hermione on the side was a little surprised, and then her eyes lit up. I know you. I read about you in books. Modern History of Magic. The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic. The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic. Important magical events of the 20th century. You were mentioned in several books. I didn't expect you to be so famous. No, I never thought I would be so famous. Harry shrugged. However, Lou, how did you recognize me? He wondered. It's very simple. The scar on your forehead is exposed. Hermione on the side responded first. I found my toad. Lou, Hermione. A surprise call sounded from the corridor. Neville was holding his toad and came over with surprise. Go, Hermione. Now that Neville had found his toad, it was time for them to go back to their box. After all, there was still a lot of snacks on the table. Yes, Redhead, you have a dirty thing next to your nose, you know? After speaking, Hermione followed Lou out of the box. When Ronald heard this, his nose was slightly crooked. What a nuisance. Hope the Sorting Hat doesn't put us in the same house. Ronald complained to Harry holding his mouse. After helping Neville find the toad, it was already 10 minutes in the evening. The steam train is also getting closer and closer to its destination. Lewin was sitting in his seat playing Pokémon with a game console, half a piece of open chocolate in his mouth. And Hermione sat opposite him, reading a book for a while and looking at the scenery outside the window in the afterglow. Lewin, which college will you choose to go to? Gryffindor or Ravenclaw? In Hermione's view, Lewin is most likely to be these two academies. After all, one represents bravery and the other represents wisdom. In Hermione's view, Lewin has both. Hearing this, Lewin pondered for a while, but did not answer directly, but instead asked, which college do you want to go to? Me? I prefer Gryffindor. That's where the great headmaster Dumbledore came from. With that said, Hermione raised the Dumbledore card in her hand, which was drawn from the snack. Gryffindor, the same choice as the original. My word, I follow the Sorting Hat. Although he and Snape had agreed to join the Snake House, Lou still wanted to hear the Sorting Hat's analysis of him. What's more, going to the Snake House, Lou, who is a mixed race, can imagine what kind of encounters he will have. He was an orphan after all, and Gerald wasn't a pureblood family. Being friends with little snakes is not very cost-effective in every way. However, relying on his current strength and physique, it is estimated that he can dominate the entire Snake Academy. Be friends with a snake? Lou is more inclined to be the Snake King. Don't you have a college you like? Hermione pouted. I like them all. Lou responded in a perfunctory manner in the name of the game. Anyway, it's not the same college, and we can't meet each other. Don't we all attend classes together? It's just that the bedroom is different. Besides, as long as he got the way to enter the dormitories of various colleges, he couldn't go anywhere. Thinking like this, Lewin turned away from Hermione, who was reading as seriously. Well, I'm not a lowly control. This kind of thinking is not punishable. If he wanted to be punished, he guessed that he would go in. You're thinking about the rude thing again. Hermione looked up and stared. I wonder why people and Pokémon can have children. Lewin raised the game console in his hand, and this question really bothered him. After all, your own frog cub can go to various worlds, which means that the world of Pokémon must exist. I really want a Shenado. The snacks on the table were almost eaten, and most of them went into Lewin's stomach. After all, playing games also consumes energy. At this time, the stars replaced the setting sun, and the bright moonlight fell on the table. The lights were turned on in the car. The train traveled along the railway tracks in the wilderness under the night sky. Not far away was a sparkling black lake and a huge castle standing in the air. Ahead is Hogwarts. Asterisk. Dash. With a steam whistle, the train slowly stopped. Both Hermione and Lewin had changed into the wizarding robes they bought at Madame Malkin's clothing store. As the door was opened, the little wizards got out of the car in an orderly manner, with Hermione and Lewin among them, neither of them getting out of the car with their luggage. Because according to the admission notice, these luggage will be carried by someone. Although it was September, the night was still very cold. With the cold wind, Hermione tightened her brown scarf, and her fluffy hair was tied under the scarf. "Are not you cold?" Hermione turned to Lewin, who looked a little flimsy, and at the same time reached out and took out a scarf of the same style and handed it to him. "I have a scarf here for you." "Thanks." Lewin took the scarf, and although he didn't feel the cold now, he still took it with kindness. With the improvement of physique, various resistances from the outside world also increased. To get Lewin cold, he would probably need to be thrown into the North and South Poles. At this moment, an oil lamp floated in the dark night, and it was a tall man, who was the leader of this new bee, Hagrid. "Okay, first-year freshman, follow me closely." Hagrid stood by the lake and shouted loudly to the messy little wizards in front of him. "Each boat is not allowed to have more than 4 people. Everyone should board the boat in an orderly manner." There is no doubt that Hermione and Lewin were in a boat, sitting in the middle of the boat holding the chandelier, and 2 little wizards who did not know sitting in the bow and stern. When everyone was on board, Hagrid announced his departure. Lewin, who was chatting with Hermione, felt the boat tremble, and then his expression suddenly changed. "I felt dizzy and uncomfortable in my head." "Damn, forget that the Dragon Slayer will stun the vehicle." "Wrong. Why don't you feel dizzy when you get on the train?" Before he could think, Lewin tilted his head and fell into Hermione's arms. "What's wrong with you, Lewin?" Hermione was taken aback by Lewin's upside down, and after realizing it, she quickly supported him by the shoulder. "No, just a little seasick," Lewin said weakly. "Nausea, nausea." All the characteristics from the Dragon Slayer Magister emerged. "Yes, is it?" Hermione looked at Lewin worriedly and found that he had nothing to do except look a little bad. "I didn't expect people to be seasick to such an extent." "Then take a good rest, and I'll call you when you arrive at the shore." Hearing this, Lewin was not pretentious and closed his eyes directly. After all, the mind is really confused, and there is no way to think about anything. The shortcomings of the Dragon Slayer Magister, the first, second, and third generations all have the weakness of being stunned by vehicles, especially if they are strong. The more dizzy they will be. Lewin, who got off the train, almost forgot about it. Who would have thought that this weakness would appear as soon as he got on the boat? Haha, there are still seasick idiots. Look at Goyle, Crab. A sarcastic laughter came from the boat next to him. It was a little boy with blonde hair, and there were 2 small attendants, one tall and one fat, beside him. "It's the first time I've seen a seasick wizard." "You." Hermione, who was supporting Lewin, was ready to pick up the wand, and at this time Lewin, who was lying in his arms, half opened one eye. The pale blue pupils looked a little blurry. "It's so noisy." A slight voice rang in the ears of several people, and then Lewin did not take out his wand and aimed it at Malfoy. No spell was uttered, no spell cast, but a flash of lightning shot quickly from the tip of the wand. The lightning speed was so fast that Malfoy had no time to dodge. Crackling. The sound of the electric current was very pleasant on Malfoy's body. He only felt his body go numb, and then he couldn't control his limbs and facial features. The whole person collapsed in the boat, and his golden hair stood on end. Ubaba. Malfoy wanted to cry out for help to get Hagrid's attention and get the half-blood wizard out of Dammit. But the mouth was completely paralyzed out of his control. The limbs were trembling involuntarily under the paralysis. Incidentally, the Ark and the two servants around him also became the same as Malfoy. No one was spared in a boat of 3 people, and they were all covered with electric lights, which were very dazzling in the dark night. It was a long time ago that both of their boats were at the back, but no one noticed anything unusual here. Lu-en. Don't worry, it's okay, it will recover naturally when the shore is over. Hearing Hermione's voice, Lu-en explained for her. As for filing a complaint after recovery, do you laugh at him as an orphan wizard who can do that kind of magic spell? What's more, there is a Professor Snape standing behind him, and he is not afraid at all. No, Lu-en, when did you learn your silent spell? It's amazing. And what's the name of the spell you just cast? Can you teach me? Hermione stared at Lu-en lying in her arms with glowing eyes and asked in a curious tone. Should be able to learn? Lu-en hesitated for a moment, then replied feebly. Keeping the same position all the time, his neck was a little sore. Lu-en raised his head upwards, and then he felt a hand pressing his head. No, don't move. A somewhat intermittent voice sounded above. Oh, seems to be hitting something that shouldn't be touched, Lu-en thought. Still play dead. The area of Black Lake is still a bit large, and it took more than 10 minutes to reach the shore. When Lu-en's feet stepped on the plane again, his dizzy head finally returned to cool. The stamina is too great. Hermione on the side was still supporting Lu-en, because Lu-en almost fell to the ground when he first landed. On the side, the trio who lost their numbness also landed on the shore. Malfoy's blonde hair was a mess, and his hands were still shaking. He looked at Lu-en, who smiled at him with some fear in his eyes. Don't come here. The trio jumped and ran quickly away from Lu-en's point of view. Since the numbness had not completely disappeared, Malfoy fell halfway through the run. It's boring. Lu-en shook his head and said to Hermione, whose mouth was slightly raised, Let's go. It's time to go to the sorting ceremony. I wish we could be assigned to an academy. Hermione hoped. But this hope is still very slim. After all, Lu-en is going to the Snake House. And Hermione was destined to miss out on Snake House. In fact, he felt that it would be better for Hermione to go to Ravenclaw. After all, they were all born there. Asterisk. Boat stopped under the steep cliff, and a group of little wizards looked excited, all discussing the next life in the magic school. Hagrid led the way in front of the crowd with an oil lamp, and in a short while he arrived at the gate of Hogwarts. Lu-en and Hermione also followed closely behind the crowd. Lu-en saw Malfoy and his 2 followers hiding in the crowd at a glance. It can be seen that the deterrent he brought to Malfoy on the boat is not small. After all, in seasickness, he could only reduce the power of lightning as much as possible, otherwise Malfoy would have turned into a charred corpse and sank to the bottom of the sea. The door opened, and following the door, there were 2 stairs, and Professor McGonagall, who was wearing a robe, had been waiting here for a long time. Welcome to Hogwarts. Approaching, Professor McGonagall will introduce the next things one by one. There will be a sorting ceremony before admission. After the sorting, people from the same college will be divided into groups. The addition and deduction of courses are also carried out according to the college, and there is also the College Cup at the end of the semester. Okay, the sorting ceremony will start soon. Get ready. After speaking, Professor McGonagall turned around and went to the ceremony hall to inform him. It seems that the rumor is true. Harry Potter is really here. Malfoy moved slowly in front of Harry with trembling legs, stretched out a trembling hand, and said, My name is Draco Malfoy, a friend? Puff. Before Harry could reply, Ronald couldn't help laughing when he saw Malfoy like this. What are you laughing at? Malfoy turned his head to look at Ronald and said contemptuously, Red hair, you belong to the Weasley family. Harry, you know that some wizards are born noble. The voice got smaller and smaller, and Malfoy stopped abruptly in the back. Say, it's an interesting theory. Lu-en stepped forward and chuckled. Harry, you'll regret it. Malfoy glanced at Lu-en, said something to Harry, and walked into the crowd. Harry Potter is indeed a living legend in today's wizarding world. I didn't expect Malfoy to be destroyed like that and come over to make friends with Harry Potter. Without waiting for Harry to say anything, Lu-en walked in with Hermione towards the door that had been opened. Professor McGonagall came back, and she made the little wizards form 2 teams and walked into the hall in an orderly manner. The auditorium at Hogwarts was already full of people, and there were many people sitting in each of the colleges, which were senior students. Ahead is the greatest white wizard of all time, Albus Dumbledore. There is also a row of long tables on both sides of him, and the faculty and staff are sitting. Lou sees Professor Snape on the far left. Snape saw him too and nodded at him. Professor McGonagall placed a dirty wizard hat on the small chair, with a line sewn like a mouth, and the hat began to sing unknown to the surprised eyes of the first-year wizard. "It's ugly," Lewin thought. Professor McGonagall stood by with a parchment full of names in his hand, and the wizard who was called needed to wear a hat to conduct the branch. Hannah Abbott. Familiar name. Lewin watched as a little wizard sat on a chair and put on his hat, and the Sorting Hat called out his name as soon as he put on his hat, Hufflepuff. The ironclad Hannah found her own academy, and the next little wizards put on their hats with anticipation. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall called the next name, and Malfoy shuffled to his chair. Slytherin. Ronald Weasley. Gryffindor. Soon Hermione was called to the side. Good luck. Lou blessed. Hermione nodded, then went up to the stage and sat down in a chair, putting on her worn hat. Gryffindor. Call. Hearing the ideal name, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then happily walked towards Gryffindor's seat, nodding to Lou at the same time. Lou also smiled back. He knew that he would not be assigned to Gryffindor. After all, he did not have that reckless factor. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall called out the next name, and the audience immediately cheered enthusiastically. The living legend. Is that the Harry Potter who defeated you-know-who? There was an endless stream of heated discussions and enthusiasm. With warm eyes, Harry Potter stepped to the chair and put on his tattered sorting hat. The sorting ceremony this time was very old, and everyone could see Harry Potter and the sorting hat quietly communicating. After a long time, Gryffindor. The sorting hat's strange voice ignited the Gryffindor's dining table. We have Harry Potter. After several other wizards' sorting ceremonies, it was finally Lewin's turn. Lou and Geralt. Professor McGonagall called out a name. Hermione, who had been communicating with Senior and Senior, instantly focused his attention on Lewin. With everyone watching, Lewin stepped onto the stage, sat on a chair, and put on the sorting hat. Well, it's better for you to go to Slytherin, but also a good fit for Ravenclaw. Your intelligence is qualified, but you also have ambition and pursuit of strength. Okay, little guy, let me help you choose an academy. Slytherin. The words fell. Hermione sitting in Gryffindor bowed his head in disappointment, while Malfoy sitting in Slytherin was stiff. How could I be in the same academy with him? Why didn't you go to the same academy with him? Putting down his hat, Lou came to Slytherin's table seat with a smile, and found a seat with the welcome of the crowd. In fact, there are also a lot of mixed-race children in Slytherin, the so-called mudbloods, and they still account for the majority. So Lou did not receive any exclusion, except for some bloodline nobles. In order to better integrate into this group of little snakes, Lou specially invited the attendant next to Malfoy away and sat beside him. My name is Lou Geralt, make a friend Malfoy. Malfoy's pupils trembled, and he stretched out his trembling hand. Draco Malfoy, my friend. The corners of Lewin's mouth twitched slightly, but the smile seemed threatening to Malfoy. After the branch was over, Headmaster Dumbledore said a few words, and the rich dinner began. Looking at the food that appeared on the table out of thin air, Lewin's eyes lit up. Everything looked delicious, and the fragrance reverberated in the auditorium. After taking a mouthful of roast meat, Lewin turned his head and glanced at Malfoy, who couldn't stop. Eat, why not? Asterisk. When the dinner was halfway through, Dumbledore, who was sitting at the top, said something about what to pay attention to at Hogwarts, nothing more than that it was forbidden to walk around the castle at night, and some restricted areas were not allowed to enter. For this paragraph, Lewin is right to listen to it as nonsense. After all, at Hogwarts, night tours have become a tradition, and in a sense, they are. After the dinner was over, the Slytherin prefect took the first-year freshmen to the place where the little snakes lived, while Hermione and the others followed the Gryffindor prefect to the place where the little lions stayed. Among the common rooms of the 4 Hogwarts colleges, the most mysterious one must be the Lounge of Slytherin, and the other 3 common rooms are in the castle. And Slytherin's lounge is the most special one. It is located at the bottom of the dark lake, and there is no light all year round. It fits the temperament of the little snakes very well. When Luen and his party came to Slytherin's lounge, everyone was stunned, even Luen. The green lake blocks the sunlight and moonlight outside the window, and you can also see fish on the bottom of the lake swimming in the lake, and even a huge octopus slaps the window. It's like being in an aquarium. Everyone remembers Slytherin's slogan. Only when the slogan is correct, the stone gate will be opened. The slogan is changed every Monday. The prefect gave them the knowledge of this common room. When Luen came to his room with the room number, he found that the whole room was a long, narrow, and low hut made of rough big stones, a red carpet like a painting, weird and magical sculptures, and an exquisite fireplace. It looks like a Gothic style. At this time, Luen also received Slytherin's exclusive academy costume, which was a green tie, and the wizard's robes of the Serpent House Huizhong were drawn, which looked very beautiful. As for the roommates this time, by coincidence, Luen's roommate happened to be the first snake friend he made, Draco Malfoy. It looks like our fate is really good. Luen held a thick book in his hand, put it on the head of his bed, and said to Malfoy, who was standing beside him. As for the other roommate, who was also very familiar, it was Malfoy's sidekick, the fat Vincent Crabbe with arms that looked like gorillas. Yes. Malfoy really wants to go out and ask the prefect, can he change the dormitory now? But that was impossible, because after the dormitory was allocated, the senior prefects had already returned to their dormitories. Okay, don't be so nervous, I won't eat the 2 of you again. Seeing the stiff look of the 2, Luen shrugged helplessly. After all, aren't we friends now? Right? Saying that, Luen took out his wand and wiped it. Exactly. Crabbe nodded quickly, and Malfoy beside him was also alike. Although Malfoy's father was the manager of the school, the current headmaster was Dumbledore, and even the manager couldn't stretch his hand too far. Hearing the replies from the 2, Luen nodded with satisfaction, and then put the wand in his hand on the thick book. This book is Growing with the Ghoul, which he borrowed from Hermione, by the adventure Master Harold. But if Luen's hazy memory is correct, that person seems to be a liar. He read this book once, and the overall writing and emotional rendering are very good. It can be regarded as a good travel book. After yawning, Luen sat on the bed with his game console and opened the Night Must-Have game, Minecraft, ready to perfect the house that had been built for so many days. On the side, the cola and various snacks brought by the frog cub have been prepared. And Malfoy and his sidekicks were sitting on their own beds, daring not to let out one. The shadow that the orphan wizard brought them in front of them was too great, and until now, Malfoy's arms were still shaking. I really don't know where the wizard in front of him learned the spell. At this time, Luen, who had built a matchbox, looked up at the 2 noble wizards who were about to go to sleep, and thought for a while and suggested, "Want to play games together?" A game like Minecraft is meant to be a multiplayer team, and if you are alone, it will inevitably feel a little boring. It's just that after hearing Luen's words, the 2 of Malfoy immediately misunderstood and shook their heads stiffly. No, there are classes tomorrow, so I have to go to bed early. You try again. Luen picked up his wand. In the end, the 2 compromised under the pressure of force. Luen threw 2 game consoles for the 2, and then took out a connection cable that Frog Cub had assembled from the Marvel world from his backpack. He obtained these things a few years ago, but after all, no one played with him, so he kept eating ashes. As the crystal-clear screen gradually lit up with white light, it was very conspicuous in this water-green room. Where had the 2 of them seen this kind of thing, they were immediately attracted by curiosity. After all, in a sense, now they are nothing more than a child. As the game console gradually opened, Luen also handed over some basic operations to the 2 of them. Human beings are always the fastest to learn in terms of games, and even in a certain way, it can be said that they are self-taught. The world formed by the cubes gradually appeared in front of them, and the two were attracted at once. Okay, you are all familiar with the general operation. Let's go online. With that said, Luan plugged in the patch cords on the 3 consoles. Soon, the 3 of them joined a small network built by themselves. Crap, you're in charge of cutting down the tree. Malfoy was generally familiar with the game, so for now, the first thing to do was to build a house. So the job of cutting down the trees was left to Crabbe, and he was only responsible for building the house. Malfoy, come prepare the food, and I'll build the house. Luan looked up at Malfoy and whispered, "He is the master architect of this world, and no one can take his place. What's the difference between playing Minecraft without building a house and not sleeping in class?" With that in mind, the time gradually came to midnight. Luan was the first to be unable to bear it, and was the first to quit the game. "Come on, you two." In the dark, Malfoy glanced at the building that looked like a matchbox, turned his head and whispered to Crabbe, "The 2 of us are going to change a local building. Go and chop down the tree for me." Asterisk. 6 in the morning. Luan woke up early, while the other 2 in the same dormitory were still sound asleep. Today, he has to get familiar with the road inside Hogwarts, and he has to go to the breakfast to get the class schedule belonging to Slytherin. The shades of green and water make it impossible to tell what time it is now, so Slytherin's little snakes have strong self-discipline. Otherwise, you will accidentally oversleep and be late. Luan put on the Slytherin school uniform he got last night, fastened his green snake tie, picked up his wand, and left the room. Maybe he got up early, so there wasn't a little wizard in the common room. Walking around, following the route last night, Luan came to the auditorium of the branch, which is the dining hall of Hogwarts. "Just some breakfast." As the voice fell, a rich breakfast appeared in front of Luan out of thin air. These breakfasts are all made by the elves who live in Hogwarts, and these elves are good at home. After eating breakfast, a brand new piece of paper was placed on the table at some point. Luan picked it up and took a look, and it marked the Slytherin class schedule for this semester. Every class is held together with other classes, such as the first Transfiguration class and the later Flying class, Potions class, Fantastic Beasts, all with Gryffindor. Looking at Luan, I found that Slytherin and Gryffindor spent the most time in class together, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were the most. The Little Snake and the Little Lion are the 2 most incompatible colleges. They teach each other in order to stimulate each other. After all, there is competition and pressure. With that in mind, Luan took a good look at the timetable. Slytherin's classes are not many, most of them are with Gryffindor. In the eyes of Luan, who has been educated for 9 years in the past life, these courses are simple, and there is plenty of rest time. Morning classes are from 9 to 12 o'clock, afternoon classes from 14 to 15:30, and on certain days there is an evening class after dinner. After breakfast, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. There were already a lot of students in the dining room. Most of the school uniforms were from the 2 colleges, Slytherin and Ravenclaw. And most of them are seniors. As for the little wizards in the 1st grade, they are probably sleeping in. After having breakfast and getting the class schedule, it's time to take a good look inside the Wizarding Academy. When I got to the stairs leading to the classroom, I saw that the stairs in front of me were constantly changing, and I only needed to wait a few seconds to change. So, for the unfamiliar little wizard, it was the biggest natural enemy of being late. And there are all kinds of strokes on the stone walls, beautiful girls, gorgeous ladies, knights charging on pony horses, and the people in each painting have souls, that is, they can communicate it. Under the guidance of a kind lady in the painting, Luan got acquainted with the next class in advance. It took an hour in total. And it's only 8 in the morning, and there's still about an hour before class. So bored Luan was about to go to the library to take a good look, but at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly came out from behind and stopped him. "Luan." When Luan turned his head, a pleasant jasmine scent stirred the tip of his nose. Luan is also very happy to meet a good companion on a good morning. "Good morning, Hermione." It was Hermione, who had been assigned to Gryffindor, who stopped him. He was dressed in a red lion wizard's robe, his long fluffy hair exuded a fragrance, and he was holding a thick book and a class schedule in his arms. "It looks like we have a lot of lessons together." Luan raised the schedule in his hand and smiled at Hermione. "By the way, do you want to visit the classrooms?" He pointed to the changing stairs. "I just wrote down all the classrooms. Is it okay?" Hermione's brown eyes lit up and she nodded forcefully at Luan's handsome face. "Sorry to bother you." Hermione, who had just finished breakfast, also prepared to do some research on her own, and it would be nice to have someone with her now, let alone Luan. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way she could refuse. Hermione's small head nodded vigorously, her long fluffy brown hair swayed, and the jasmine scent became more intense. Although it is rich but not greasy, it gives a cool and comfortable feeling. Walking up the changing stairs, Luan listened to Hermione's introduction to their common room. "What does the Slytherin's lounge look like?" "Well, it's more like an aquarium." Luan thought of a metaphor and said. After listening to Luan's introduction to Slytherin, Hermione's eyes flashed with curiosity and envy. But when he heard that there was another giant octopus slapping the glass at night, the brown eyes suddenly became terrified. "I'll take you to Slytherin's lounge when I get a chance. My roommates are all very nice. They don't stay in the dorm very often." Luan laughed. It was a piece of cake for him to let the two of Malfoy go out. Or maybe the two of Malfoy were eager to go out to sleep. After getting familiar with the road with Hermione, it was time for the first class. Since their first class was a transfiguration class together, they went to the classroom together. It may be that the two came too early, and there was no one other than a United States tabby lying on the podium. The two chose the front row and placed their spell book on the table. "Is anyone here so late?" Hermione asked suspiciously. "It's only 8:40 now, it's probably very soon." Luan glanced at the watch on his wrist and said softly. At this time, the two also noticed the tabby cats on the podium who were observing them. "This cat is so cute." Hermione wanted to touch her, but Luan, who was standing beside her, held her back. "If it's the professor's cat, it's better not to touch it." Luan knew that the cat in front of him was Professor McGonagall, an older cat lady and a grandma-level figure. If you don't take good care of it, you can directly deduct points on the spot. Thinking of this, Luan and the tabby cat looked at each other, and the light blue eyes clearly saw that the cat was staring at the two of them with interest. Will the students of Slytherin and Gryffindor come together? This is really strange, Professor McGonagall thought. As the time approached 9 o'clock, the entire classroom was filled with first-year wizards, and as their first class, everyone had excited and apprehensive expressions on their faces. Luan even saw two roommates who were going to be late at the very end of the class. The two had dark circles under their eyes and looked like they had not slept all night. What time did they play the game? Luan couldn't help but wonder. Looking around the classroom, it was no surprise that I didn't see the familiar figure. Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley. If nothing else, these two have already had an accident at this time. The time has come to class, but Professor McGonagall is still carefully observing the situation of the little wizard in the room and has not changed back to the body of his classroom. As the highest level metamorphosis among the metamorphosis spells, F***CK Gus is obviously not something that little wizards like them can see. Everyone thought the professor was late for the first class, so the room became a mess for a while. At this moment, the closed classroom door was opened again, and everyone focused their attention on the two figures who opened the door. There were not many people in the entire classroom, but at this moment, their eyes were all gathered together. "Come on, Harry, we're going to be late." The sound of panting came anxiously, and then, Ronald with red hair ran in with a book in his arms. When he saw that there was no one on the podium, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the professor is late too. And Harry, who followed behind, was also relieved. After all, being late for the first class was undoubtedly a provocation in the eyes of the professor. And now that the professors are late, it is good news for them. Luan turned his head and glanced. The tabby cat that was lying on the podium had disappeared, replaced by an elderly lady wearing a dark green robe. It was Professor McGonagall. "Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, you two are late." The capable and hoarse voice sounded in the classroom, and the two people who were late for an instant froze. Maybe I should turn the two of you into pocket watches so you'll know the time. No, Professor, we just got lost on the stairs. Well said. Don't say it again next time. 2 points from Gryffindor. Although Professor McGonagall is the Dean of Gryffindor, she has never been inclined to any colleges for deductions or bonus points, or, in her eyes, there are no colleges at all. After hearing that they had been deducted points, the faces of the two of them turned pale instantly. They deducted 2 points from their academy on the first day of their arrival. There is no doubt that the two of them are now Gryffindor sinners. The two of them sat on the corner seats without saying a word and took out the books to be studied in this class. Hermione, who was beside Luann, opened her eyes instantly after hearing that her academy had been deducted 2 points. We were actually deducted points on the first day. She couldn't believe it. After all, in recent years, Gryffindor's score has always been the worst one. Luann looked at the recent Academy Cups, and the one that won the most was Slytherin, and the second was Ravenclaw. Therefore, the weight of the snake is still very heavy, and he has won 6 consecutive Academy Cups. As for Gryffindor, points are often deducted for night travel, disturbance, and mischief. They were Gryffindors after all. Okay, you'll get used to it later. Luann so comforted. However, Hermione, who was immersed in the grief of being deducted points, directly ignored this sentence. Okay, little wizards, what we're going to learn in this class is the transfiguration spell. It seems that there are many little wizards who are surprised by their performance just now, Professor McGonagall explained. For example, I just learned from the tabby. The magic of the cat returning to its original state is the highest level of AF*CKGUS, but this magic spell is very difficult to learn and has high risks, and you can't touch it now. In today's British wizarding world, there are only 7 registered AF*CKGS, and there are some unregistered AF*CKGS. They're all dangerous guys. Okay, sir, what we're going to learn this time is to turn an object into a creature. Saying that, Professor McGonagall waved his wand to a button beside him. Immediately afterwards, the button began to twist in front of everyone, and finally turned into a beetle. Looking at the beetle flapping its wings, even Luann's eyes flashed with surprise. Among the many magical worlds he knew, this magical world was probably the only one that could turn dead things into living things. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous spell you will ever have at Hogwarts. Anyone who tries to be mischievous in my class, I will ask him out and never come back. I warned you. Professor McGonagall glanced at the little wizards who were about to move with wands and reminded sternly. After seeing the little wizards gradually calm down, Professor McGonagall started the lecture. The specific principles of the transfiguration spell are very complicated, otherwise there would not be a separate class. Luann was listening in a foggy way, but Hermione beside him became more energetic the more he listened, and even made a large page of notes. The difference between a standard scumbag and a scholar. The first class only talked about some principles and so on, so there was no substantial experiment. Professor McGonagall spoke very slowly and at the same time in great detail. By the end of the get out of class, Hermione had taken notes and made 3 sheets of paper, which were full and beautiful. Perhaps I should borrow your notes to read. Luann quipped as he tapped the button in his hand with his wand. Recalling Professor McGonagall's demonstration in class, Luann mobilized the magic in his body and whispered, "Transfiguration spell." "Sure." Hermione raised her head arrogantly and turned her head to answer Luann's words. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw a cloud of smoke suddenly rise from the wand, and her mouth widened in an instant. Cuck. Immediately afterwards, a crisp frog croak sounded in the classroom. Professor McGonagall, who had packed up his textbooks and hadn't left the classroom, was instantly attracted by the scene. Seeing the emerald green frog jumping on the ground, Professor McGonagall raised his head and glanced at Luann, who was stunned in place. Powerful transformation talent. It's funny, it's the first time she's ever seen someone who can imitate her ability to turn a button into a living thing in the first lesson. Luann Geralt, I remember saying that transfiguration is not allowed? Asterisk. Professor, I remember you said that it is not allowed in class. Faced with Professor McGonagall's questioning, Lu-En grabbed the frog jumping on the ground and replied, "But obviously it's time after class." Saying that, he shrugged. "If it is in class, I will definitely give you extra points for your excellent ability," Professor McGonagall said. "But now it's out of class, so Slytherin Academy adds 10 points." Professor McGonagall pursed his lips and said to Lu-En with the corners of his mouth upturned, "Excellent deformation ability. Maybe you will have the opportunity to learn Armanigus in the future." Leaving this highly praised statement, Professor McGonagall took the textbook and left the classroom. Hermione, who was on the side, was staring blankly. Was this professor complimenting Lu-En just now? How did you do it just now? That wand wave. Hermione also learned to look good, picked up her wand and waved it gently at the button, but nothing happened, not even the magic. She had written down more than 3 pages of theoretical process notes, but even so, Hermione didn't understand the principles of transfiguration, let alone its use. Faced with Hermione's answer, Lu-En said truthfully, "I just know the movements of Professor McGonagall," waving his staff and then chanting the magic spell. Then the button turned into a frog. A very simple theory, but Hermione always found it perfunctory. Even Lu-En himself felt that this statement was indeed far-fetched, but it was the truth. "Maybe the two of us can talk more deeply?" Lu-En suggested. Hermione, who loves to learn, would of course accept this offer. She nodded vigorously. Her brown eyes looked happily at Lu-En. "The two of us are always more efficient than one alone. But you know more than me." Lu-En looked at the 3 full notes, which were all so detailed that he didn't even know what they meant. There were not many people in the classroom at this time, so Lu-En and Hermione were going to the restaurant for an afternoon lunch, and after a small lunch break, it was time to go to the potions class in the afternoon. Potions class in the afternoon, and flying class in the evening, Slytherin and Gryffindor together. So this is why Lu-En feels that the 2 classes are taking too many classes together. The class that Slytherin took with Gryffindor and Hufflepuff was only 2 or 3 lessons, which was very pitiful in comparison. After lunch, Lu-En was going to take a look at the library during the lunch break, and Hermione's eyes lit up instantly after hearing that he was going to the library. "I also need to go." Nothing could stop Hermione's quest for knowledge. The library at Hogwarts is very large. It was only when Lu-En was in the library that he realized that the entire library was not fully open to the outside world. Most of them were prohibited from entering and borrowing books for lower-level wizards like them. The Hogwarts library has a collection of books that are envied by the entire wizarding world, whether it is magazine novels or spell analysis, and even papers written by several professors. These things can't be seen outside at all. Since the potions class was going to be in the afternoon, Lu-En found a book on the basics of potions in advance and prepared to review it. After all, potions also have a lot of weight in this world. A simple sentence is that the production of potions costs money, but it is also very profitable. Material analysis on refining potions. This is a very thick book, and Lu-En estimates that he will not be able to finish it in 3 days. What's even more outrageous is that Hermione directly took 3 books of the same thickness and placed them on the table one by one. The origin and analysis of the transfiguration spell. Basic knowledge of potions. On the analysis and use of magical spells. These books basically cover all the following 3 disciplines. Sure enough, Shuaba deserves to be Shuaba. By the time the 2 came out of the library, the time had gradually come to 13:30 in the afternoon. Due to the lessons learned by Harry and Ronald ahead, many wizards in the afternoon class basically came early. After the 2 of them arrived in the classroom, they found that the seats in the front row were full. And Harry and Ronald both took out their crucibles and books early. Harry's eyes lit up when he saw Lu-En, and he waved at him. Lu-En also returned a smile and looked very polite. Since the front row is already occupied, the 2 of them can only choose a position closer to the corner of the wall. Generally speaking, this position is generally not noticed by the teacher. This is the experience Lu-En summed up in his last life for more than 20 years. As the class time came, the originally closed door was suddenly opened with a bang, and then Professor Snape, dressed in a black robe, walked in quickly like an old bat. No waving wands or chanting spells in my class. Personally, I don't expect most of you to understand the magic of potions and the technology in them, but for the very few. With that said, Snape glanced at Luen, who was hiding in the corner, and said softly, "I will teach you all. Disturb the mind, confuse the senses, gain fame, cook glory, and prevent death." Hearing this, Luen's mouth twitched, but he politely nodded to Professor Snape. "Stop death, what a joke. There is no real immortality in Harry Potter, relying on potions. He might as well rely on his own frog cubs. At least the frog cub is more reliable." While Snape was watching Luen, he was also looking at Harry Potter on the other side out of the corner of his eye, and it was obvious that Harry wasn't listening at all. I saw that Harry didn't know what to write in his notebook. For those students who don't listen carefully, don't stop listening carefully because of their reputation. Harry Potter, look at me with your eyes. Come on, Snape-style classic find fault. Gryffindor's score is likely to be lost. Luen looked at Harry's blank face with interest. What do I get if I add narcissus root powder to a wormwood infusion? After hearing this question, Hermione on the side hurriedly raised his hand, while Luen was holding his wand against his palm to support his chin. Gryffindor's points are deducted today. Asterisk. Aced with Professor Snape's question, it was obvious that Harry, who had no knowledge, couldn't answer it at all. After all, it was the first time he had come into contact with things about potions, and maybe even some pure-blooded wizards might not be able to answer them. "Professor, I didn't know." After a moment of silence, Harry answered directly. Hermione, who was sitting next to Luen, kept raising her hand. Luen caught Hermione's hand and pulled her down. If he kept holding it up like this, Gryffindor would probably lose more points. After all, there was no way for them to intervene in the matter between Snape and Harry Potter. "Why didn't you call me?" Hermione lowered her head in dissatisfaction and whispered to Luen, who was beside her. "Perhaps Professor Snape just wanted to chat with Harry?" Luen responded. And at this time, Hermione finally found something wrong, because until now, Luen's small hand is still in his hand. The temperature on the back of her hand made her face red, but Hermione didn't choose to struggle to get rid of it, and lowered her head to try not to let others notice the difference. "Very well, then if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you look for it?" This is a very classic question. As long as a little wizard with some common sense knows the answer, it is obvious that Harry has no common sense in this regard. His head bowed deeper. "I don't know the professor. What's the difference between the boat-shaped aconite and the wolf-poison aconite?" Snape's indifferent eyes stared at Harry Potter and lowered his head. The whispered words sounded like a demon's cry to Harry. "I don't know, sir." Harry blushed and couldn't answer. "How do I feel that Professor Snape is targeting Harry?" Hermione looked at the clasped hands and asked Luen with red ears. After all, she had met Professor Snape in Diagon Alley before. At that time, Professor Snape looked cold, but he was still very nice. Many questions Professor Snape will answer. But now, completely and in Diagon Alley are two different things. This. I don't know either, but I'm sure Professor Snape is a good man. Luen pondered for a while, and didn't know how to explain it to Hermione. After all, this matter is really complicated. Snape was NTR face-to-face, and now came to teach the man he hated the most, and the son of the woman he loved the most. The current Snape's apparent indifference to Harry was something that Luen could understand. "Your brain is empty. It seems obvious that fame isn't everything, does it, Mr. Potter?" The indifferent voice was like a thorn, stabbing Harry's body firmly. And then Snape turned to look at Luen. Still the same voice. "Lou and Gerald, answer these 3 questions." "Professor, of course." Under Hermione's complicated gaze, Luen let go of the little hand he was holding and stood up calmly. And Harry had already sat back in his seat at this time. Ronald beside him was still comforting him in a low voice. The combination of narcissus root powder and wormwood can be formulated into a powerful sleeping pill, which is the water of life and death. In the case of bezoar, look for it in the stomach of a goat. It is an antidote. The 2 kinds of aconitum are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconitum, and there is no difference between professors. Fortunately, I reviewed the potion materials in advance, and these questions can be regarded as basic. Lewin's fluent response made Snape nodded in satisfaction. It seems that you have a good study during the vacation. Okay, now let's start the class. The same is the first class of the potions class, which is all about some theoretical knowledge. Hermione on the side is writing a lot of notes and remembering a large note, and Lewin can't be lazy under Snape's attention from time to time. It's time to end the get out of class again. Today is the day when the owl will deliver the letter, so everyone came to the restaurant in an orderly manner and waited for the arrival of the owl. And Lewin did not return to the long table belonging to Slytherin, but followed Hermione to the long table of Gryffindor. Good afternoon, Harry. Lewin smiled and nodded to Harry, then sat next to Harry with Hermione. Hey, I remember you weren't a student of Slytherin? Ronald, who was impressed by Lewin, said curiously. Yes, but the rules don't say where Slytherin has to be done. Lewin said indifferently. In his opinion, it is the same wherever he sits, not to mention that there are many pure-blooded little wizards on Shao Snake's side who are very arrogant and disgusting. Boom. At this moment, an explosion shocked several people. I saw a little boy holding a wand in a blackened daze, and it was the cup in front of him that exploded. He's going to turn the water in the cup into black tea. Ronald knew the whole story. Obviously, it was successful this morning. Soon, with a crisp cry, a large number of owls with letters flew in from the window. Lewin and Harry, who were alone, naturally didn't have any letters. Seeing this, Hermione on the side seemed to remember something, but she pursed her lips and didn't ask. Well, Lewin, don't you have a letter either? Harry on the side saw that Lewin didn't have an owl to bring a letter like him, and couldn't help asking curiously. I am an orphan. The 4 words silenced the people around him for a while, and Harry opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. After all, he still has his own aunt, although that family disgusts him. But compared to himself, Lewin has nothing. This made Harry feel a little sympathetic. He really didn't think that he would have a day of sympathy for others. Ronald on the side was also quite surprised, because looking at Lewin's various polite occasions, he thought he was an aristocrat in the Muggle world. Why are you looking at me like this? I have inherited a lot of inheritance, and I have a house of my own. I'm living a good life, Lewin said helplessly. After all, he is also a person with memories from his previous life. If he really has parents, he will definitely be awkward for a few years. Lewin. Hermione held the letter in her hand, looked at Lewin's helpless profile, and called out softly. What's wrong? Lewin turned his head away. No, nothing. The owls only stayed in the restaurant for a while before flying away with food in their mouths. Hey Ronald, look, a warehouse in Gringotts has been stolen. It's Vault 713, but the goblins said nothing was stolen. Harry, who was reading the newspaper on the side, said in surprise. Vault 713, Hagrid once took him there and took out an item. There must be some secret here. Let's go, the last class this afternoon, the flying class. We 2 academies still take it together. Lewin yawned and said to Hermione next to him. The afternoon flying lesson is what all the little wizards look forward to the most. The able Mrs. Hooch is the teacher of this course. In addition to flying lessons, he is also the referee of the Hogwarts Quidditch competition, and there is no doubt about flying. There were bound to be some accidents in class. Neville broke his arm because he couldn't control his magic broom, and Mrs. Hooch rushed him to the school infirmary. Hey, a lost memory ball. Malfoy finally regained his energy after a morning of recuperation. He picked up the memory ball Neville had received and shook it in front of Harry Potter. I think it should be hidden somewhere. Fun, isn't it? Harry Potter. With some provocation, a flying competition started in an instant. These 2 people are really talented. Lewin looked at the 2 chasing in the air and had to admit that he was indeed stronger than other wizards. Hermione on the side looked at the broom still lying on the ground and stomped her feet fiercely. There must be something wrong with this broom. Would you like to try mine? Hearing this, Lewin handed over his broom symbolically. You do this deliberately. Hermione rolled his eyes at him, looking at him angrily. The exciting chase came to an end as Harry got the memory ball. Professor McGonagall finally took Harry away with a gray face under Malfoy's malicious gaze. The class ended when Mrs. Hooch came back. A little wizard was injured for the first time, and flying skills could only be taught later. That's when Lu-En touched the pocket of his wizard costume, which contained a few pictures that weren't there during flight lessons. After taking it out, he found that the frog cubs who traveled out had sent it back to him. The first few photos are fine, of smiling residents, each with a fan-like logo on the back of their clothes. The Uchiha family? Lu-En remembered the origin of this badge, but when he saw the last one, his expression changed slightly. It was a red corpse with the blood moon as the background. Is this genocide? There is also a date on the back of the photo, which is today. Is the frog cub coming back today? The location of this trip is the Uchiha clan that was exterminated, so this time's specialty, Lu-En couldn't help but look forward to it. Since the flying class was the last class of the day, Lu-En said goodbye after dinner with Hermione. When he came to Slytherin's common room, he found that Malfoy and his sidekick in the bedroom had already returned to play games. Chopping some wood for me. These werewolves are annoying. Oh my god, the one that exploded. Don't let it go in. Damn, if only these cube people could spell magic. The two were so addicted to the game that they didn't even notice Lu-En's return. Since Hogwarts does not provide any electrical appliances, not even anything related to electricity can be used. But I don't know why these appliances brought back from other worlds work normally. This kind of thing beyond the development of the times easily attracted these little wizards. Lu-En didn't have time to play games with the two of them. After learning that his frog cub was coming back, his mind was now on the frog cub. For the little snakes at night, it is no different from daytime. In the green lake outside the window, water plants sway with the waves. If you want to see the stars, Ravenclaw, who lives on the top of a high-rise building, is the most suitable. Lu-En picked up the electric light he got from the other world and hung it by his bedside, brightly illuminating the green, gloomy, and monotonous room. Malfoy, who was playing the game on the other side, also noticed the light that was on, and he looked at the light with some surprise. Although they are wizard nobles, they also have some things that muggles use at home, and naturally know the existence of electric lights. But don't you need electricity to support it? There is no electricity at Hogwarts. If he didn't understand, he simply didn't think about it. It was not good for him anyway. Malfoy waved the game console in his hand to Lu-En, and there was still a lot of power in it, enough for them to play all night. You guys play first, I have something to do tonight. Lu-En shook his head, then opened the characteristics and habits of magical creatures lent to him by Hermione. He now has a psychic in his hand, and he just took a look at these magical creatures and found a good-looking guy to sign a contract. He remembered that in this academy, there was a large snake that had lived for a long time and had the ability to turn people into stone. It's just that the memory is too far away, and Lu-En almost forgot. At this moment, a crisp frog croak rang in his ears, and Lu-En's eyes lit up. I saw a green frog wearing a small lotus leaf and came back with luggage. Crack. Let me see what good things I brought back this time. Lu-En untied the luggage behind the frog cub, revealing 2 scarlet eyeballs with strange patterns. Lu-En took a breath for a moment. He was too familiar with these 2 things, and combined with the content in the photo, it was difficult even if he wanted to know. Soon, the identification results appeared. Eternal Kaleidoscope Shaker Eyes, Shui, a precious souvenir from the world of Naruto Shippuden. Effect can obtain the specified pupil technique and has the ability to copy illusion. Usage: after the unremitting efforts of the frog cubs and after untold hardships, a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes have finally been synthesized. The method of use is simple and rude. Just deduct your own eyes and plug them in directly. Of course, you can also choose direct fusion without experience. Shui is indeed a pair of riding wheel eyes, but it is definitely not an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Lu-En, who was a little puzzled at first, opened his eyes instantly after seeing the introduction, with the same expression as Hermione. The frog cub is so fierce. After untold hardships, a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes were synthesized. He knew that there were only a few owners of the kaleidoscope, not to mention the 2 users of Shui. How did the frog cub get it? This directly overturned Lu-En's original cognition. Asterisk. Watching the returning frog cub pick off the little lotus leaf, then found a random spot on the bed and climbed up. appears to be exhausted. Lu-En shook his head, putting his messy thoughts behind him, then turned to look at those scarlet eyes. There are two ways to use this pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels. One is buttonhole replacement with a strong sense of experience, and the other is fusion without experience. Although it is said that in Hogwarts, it is not impossible to change the buttonhole in the face of magic, but it is too shocking. No matter how you think Lu-En chooses the second method. It's just that he still has a question. The beginning and use of Sharingan consumes the unique chakra of ninjas, and Lu-En does not have that kind of thing. At most, his body is fused with the huge magic power obtained by the Dragon Slayer crystal. Forget it, let's fuse it first, otherwise it's not a good thing to leave it like this. It won't be good if it breaks. With that in mind, Lu-En chose the second fusion. Immediately afterwards, the pair of eternal kaleidoscope writing wheels turned into a white light and flew towards his pale blue eyes. The two people in the dormitory were busy playing games and didn't notice this strange scene at all. Soon, Lu-En felt a circulating heat flow in his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, the original light blue eyes had been replaced by the constantly turning scarlet hook jade. The two hook jades, the three hook jades that were constantly turning, quickly transformed into three sickle-like shapes. The high-speed rotation pattern gradually stabilized. The world changed to a different look in front of these eyes. The powerful dynamic ability allowed him to clearly see the dust floating in the air, which was completely two extremes from the previous vision. Lu-En took out a mirror and looked at himself with scarlet-patterned eyes, the corners of his mouth cocked slightly. The original Lu-En gave people a friendly and noble feeling, but the current Lu-En, with his handsome facial features and the pair of writing wheel eyes, looks full of evil. The negative emotion in his eyes made people shudder. After all, these eyes came from a man who had lost hope for the world. With the thought of a move, it was like waving his arm, and the writing wheel eyes changed back to light blue pupils again. As if the appearance just now was just an illusion. Is it draining the magic in my body? Lu-En felt it carefully, and the magic power brought by the Dragon Slayer crystal in his body was slightly reduced, but it was as insignificant as a drop of water in a pond. He had already experienced the powerful dynamic capabilities of these eyes, and he just experimented with the rest. With this thought in mind, Lu-En opened the wheel and looked at the two Malfoys who were still building a house. "Hey, Malfoy." "How?" Hearing Lu-En shout, Malfoy raised his head quickly, but he was stunned when he saw the scarlet color. Crabbe on the side was the same. The expressions of the two of them gradually became blurred, and soon the corners of their mouths left uncontrollable saliva. "It looks like a demented child." Great experiment. Lu-En felt that it was the best choice for him to come to Little Snake. After all, there were a lot of pure-blood wizards here to provide himself with various experiments. The ability of illusion is one of Sharingan's forte, and almost everyone in the Uchiha family is a master of illusion, except for some useless ones. At this moment, what he saw in Lu-En's perspective gave him a slight glimpse. There are some tiny energies flowing in the bodies of Malfoy and Crabbe. This is magic? He watched curiously, and the Shaker can indeed see through the flow of the enemy's chakra, but he didn't expect that the magic power of a wizard could do it. If this ability is combined with strong observation, it does not mean that as long as someone casts a spell in front of Lu-En, he can immediately write it down. Really powerful ability. The horror of Sharingan can only be known after personal experience. Lu-En sighed and then went to look outside the dormitory. He remembered that there were some weird legends in the lounge of Slytherin. Maybe with these eyes, you can detect one or two. It was almost late at night, and the entire academy fell into silence. From time to time fish swim past the windows of Slytherin's common room, and the green lake water is reflected on the stone floor in the pale moonlight. Lu-En, who had just come to the lounge, walked with a pair of writing wheels on. Darkness doesn't exist at all in front of these eyes. With these eyes, some things that are usually invisible have emerged. Lu-En, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly took a step, and his scarlet pupils looked at the snake head statue placed in the center of the Slytherin lounge. There are some magic surging patterns on this golden gold snake head statue. The blue magic was connected all the way from the snake's head to the stone bricks on the ground. Interesting, Slytherin is indeed the most peculiar of the four lounges. Thinking of the frightening legends of those senior Slytherin wizards, Lu-En smiled. More than 10 years ago, people who used to have Slytherin often heard a hoarse roar in the middle of the night, as if there was a snake lurking in the dark to observe its prey. Lu-En, who knew about the basilisk, knew that the legend was probably true. Because the founder of Slytherin once domesticated a basilisk in a basement somewhere. Basilisks are magical creatures hatched by placing chicken eggs under toads. If they are seen indirectly, they have the curse of being petrified. If they look directly at them, they will die on the spot. I don't know if the petrification curse has any effect on my eyes, Lu-En thought while rubbing his chin. If nothing else, this secret passage on the floor leads to the basement where the basilisk lives. Want to try it? Now he still has the space ninjutsu of Kamui, not to mention that the current basilisk should be in a deep sleep. If he remembered correctly, the basilisk would not be awakened again until Tom's Horcrux notebook arrived. Lu-En's eyes lit up when he remembered some of the plot. It just so happened that his psychics had not found a suitable magical creature, so he just made a psychic contract with the basilisk. If you can't control it, use illusion to control it directly, but there is only one problem. Anyone who sees the basilisk's eyes will be killed directly, and whoever sees it indirectly will be petrified. Thinking about it, Lu-En's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a good idea. So now the basilisk is almost ready. Lu-En is not hesitating as the method to deal with the basilisk is formed in his mind. Staring at the golden snake head, it is obvious that the trigger of this snake head requires a specific spell or command, and the only person who knows about it is the founder who created Slytherin. So now there is only one method in front of him, and that is direct brute force cracking. Thinking like this, Lu-En put his hand on the top of the snake's head and slowly input his magic power into it. As long as you replace the magic power flowing in it with your own, you should be able to open it easily. It might work. He was also a little unsure about the final result. After all, he was also a little wizard who had just studied for less than a day. If it doesn't work, he can only consider using Thunder Dragon's Big Fist. In that case, it is estimated that the entire Slytherin will be awakened. Lu-En's eyes narrowed slowly, his eyes focused on the flowing magic circuit, and his magic power was slowly flowing into it. About 3 minutes passed. A trace of joy appeared on his face. And what he expected was right. As long as you destroy the original magic power and replace it with your own, you can easily control a stone door leading to the basement. The boom sounded suddenly. In this silent Slytherin, it is very harsh. Fortunately, it was late at night, and looking around, no little wizard was awakened. The stone door on the floor had been opened, and a rotten breath rushed towards him, making Lu-En pinch his nose. After thinking for a while, he took an oil lamp from the table beside him and walked slowly to the underground stone ladder. The flames of the oil lamps were crumbling, proving that the basement was still ventilated. When he got here, he was relieved. Under Lu-En's control, the stone gate rumbled shut again. Even if they quarrel with the wizard, they will only see the empty lounge when they come to the hall. Walking down the stone stairs slowly, the footsteps were very loud in the quiet and narrow tunnel. The oil lamp in his hand was lifted up, and the surrounding darkness was illuminated. I didn't know there was such a place in Slytherin. Lu-En groped carefully. The stone ladder was very long, and it took about 2 or 3 minutes to reach the bottom. In front of it is a small stone gate, and there is light on the opposite side of the stone gate, which looks like a small square. Lu-En was ready to activate his divine power at any time, then walked over softly with the oil lamp in hand. After crossing the stone gate, there is a vast semicircular platform in front of you. There is a long road on the other side of the platform. On both sides of the road, there are pools full of water, which looks very shallow. In the pond, there are also 2 rows of snake heads spitting out snake letters, which look a little scary in this dark environment. After confirming that there was no danger, Lu-En walked to the pool and took a look. The water in the pool was very clear, sparkling under the light of the oil lamp. It looks like the water source here is the same as somewhere. Turning his head to look at the entire platform, there is nowhere to hide all the magic power in front of Sharinian. Soon, he saw a cave standing on a rock wall in the upper left corner. Although there is no magic output, he can feel that something is wrong there. A basilisk's cave? Lu-En stared at the cave and walked slowly in the direction of the cave. The current basilisk should have fallen into a deep sleep under the command of Parseltongue, and similarly, now only Parseltongue can wake it up again. However, even so, he was cautiously prepared to enter the blur at any time. After all, be careful to sail the ship for 10,000 years. Thinking of this, he got closer and closer to the cave step by step. A disgusting stench came from inside, causing Lu-En to frown, and then involuntarily covered his mouth and nose. This basilisk was created by Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin. According to the time, nearly 1,000 years have passed. According to the Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures, the basilisk has a lifespan of up to 900 years. Obviously, the basilisk raised by Salazar must be something unusual. After entering the cave, the dim light instantly illuminated the entire narrow cave and Lu-En, and he could clearly see the creatures hidden in the cave. It was a huge basilisk with scales all over its body and dark green skin. At this time, the basilisk was falling into a deep sleep with his eyes closed. Obviously, Lu-En's acquisition did not affect it in any way. The basilisk is very long, about 50 feet or so, and looks very stout. Lu-En looked at the basilisk's closed eyes and was in trouble for a moment. If you want to control each other through the writing will eye, you need to look directly face to face. But if you want to look at the basilisk, you may also be killed. According to his idea, it is to prepare a huge mirror to enlarge his own writing wheel and then use it to control the basilisk. It's just that the basilisk is still sleeping, so to control this matter, we can only talk about it after waking up. Wait for that notebook to come here now. Thinking of this, Lu-En's hands were not idle. He took out the psychic scroll from his pocket and used a sharp dagger to cut through a piece of flesh. But after the dagger hits the hard scales, there is no way to break the defense. So Lu-En can only mobilize the magic in his body and add a layer of lightning to the dagger. This time, the scales were easily scratched and crimson blood flowed out. He took a bit and smeared it on the scroll, then smeared his own blood on the scroll, and then wrote his name. This is the use of blood to force a psychic contract with the creature. After he was done, Lu-En glanced at the watch in his hand. It is now 1 o'clock in the morning, and it is very late. After putting away the scroll, he did not choose the original path to return to the Slytherin lounge, but instead looked at the stone door in front of the long road. If he remembered correctly, he remembered that it was the way to a bathroom and there was a crying ghost in it. Thinking of this, Lu-En walked towards the stone gate with the oil lamp in hand. Asterisk. Opening the stone gate, Lu-En walked slowly along the dark and narrow grotto tunnel, holding an oil lamp. There were all kinds of white bones scattered on the rocky ground, and there was even a huge snake skin, and the smell mixed together was very unpleasant. Around the original flavor, there are various forked intersections, which look like ventilation pipes. Following the narrow passage, he quickly found the location leading to the bathroom. It's just that this intersection needs to be opened with a Parseltonian spell, so Lu-En had to choose another way out. The passages around this underground, extending in all directions, basically contain the entire Hogwarts college. When he opened the ventilation duct and came down, he realized that he did not know when he had arrived at the location of the library. The flickering lights were very conspicuous in the dark library, and Mrs. Pants, who was in charge of the library in the morning, would not keep watch at night, and Argus Filch, the only person in charge of inspection, was probably asleep by this time. However, just in case, Lu-En put out the oil lamp. He's not one of those reckless little lions. However, at this moment, a soft sound suddenly sounded in the quiet library. Lu-En moved his eyes and looked around, and found nothing wrong. But he did hear the sound just now. Suddenly, Lu-En turned his head sharply. A pair of scarlet eyes streaked a red line in the night sky, and behind him, a scrawny gray cat appeared behind him at some point. Those beast pupils were staring at Lu-En's figure. "Good evening, Mrs. Norris." Lu-En stared at the cat and said softly, Since the cat is here, it means Filch the janitor is also nearby. Although he knew Filch's secret was a squib, it didn't mean he wanted to offend Filch. The red sickle slowly turned in the pupil, and the illusion was activated at the moment when Mrs. Norris was about to turn her head. Soon, Mrs. Loris' body froze. She shook her little head forcefully, and then directly ignored the existence of Luen, and continued to go to the depths of the library to find those night wanderers who violated the rules. It's a lot easier to have illusions. He looked at where Mrs. Norris had left and couldn't help muttering. However, at this moment, a sharp cat meow cut through the silence. Meow. F***K. Before Luen could react, he saw an exclamation from the depths of the library, followed by various colliding sounds one after another. With his strong eyesight, he could clearly see that two people were running towards him through the night. Luen unhurriedly closed his own wheel. These eyes can't be exposed in front of other people. When he thought about it, two people in the distance had already rushed in front of him. Hey, are you also here for a night tour? Come, follow us, or the watchdog will come over in a while. These two are Weasley's twins. Looking at the familiar red hair of the two, Luen didn't even react, and was dragged by the two to run all the way. It looks like the two of them didn't catch up to us. My name is Fred Weasley, and he is my brother George Weasley. Lou and Gerald, it's nice to meet you too. When the three people ran to a corner, they stopped panting, and brother Fred Weasley extended his hand to Luen and introduced. George on the side suddenly brightened his eyes, as if he had discovered something incredible, and said in surprise, "Are you a wizard from Slytherin?" "Hey, we've come out so many times. This is the first time we've met Slytherin. It's so rare." Fred was also surprised. "Is there?" Luen touched his nose, so he was the first to break the rules of Slytherin's night tour. Although the two academies of Gryffindor and Slytherin did not deal with each other, but for Luen, who was also out for a night tour, the twins had a much better sense of him. "I didn't expect that there are such interesting guys as you in that group of snakes. It's getting late, aren't you two going to bed?" Luen glanced at his watch, and it was already 3 in the morning. At this point in time, there are only these two people who are still wandering outside. "It's really late, then see you tonight if you're free." After saying hello, the twins sneaked around the corner to the Gryffindor's lounge. "Two guys are really funny." Shaking his head, Luen also prepared to go back to his dormitory to sleep. There were a lot of things he encountered this evening, and inevitably he was also a little sleepy. Shortly followed the route back to their lounge, Malfoy and Crabbe were still immersed in their own fantasy, and the drool from the corners of their mouths had soaked the sheets. Luen raised his eyebrows and snapped his fingers to release the illusion of the two. "It's 2 o'clock, why are you two still not sleeping?" After the two of Malfoy woke up, Luen was already lying on the bed ready to sleep. "Uh-oh." Malfoy nodded dully, then closed his eyes while holding the drool-soaked sheets. Luen slept so well last night that he didn't wake up until after 8, while the two of Malfoy were still sound asleep. It wasn't until he got to the restaurant that he realized that Hermione was already waiting for him in his seat. But it made him a little strange. The girls in Gryffindor were basically 3 or 4 eating together, and only Hermione was alone. Wizarding school violence? Some great breakfast, thanks. Maybe Hermione was too serious about her reading, and when Luen sat next to her and called out for breakfast, Hermione found him. "Good morning, beautiful lady." Luen smiled at Hermione, the tip of his nose twitching slightly. "It is still the familiar jasmine scent today." "You're late today," Miss Hermione said. "You came early." Asterisk. Since it was a morning herbal class, it was Slytherin with Ravenclaw and Gryffindor with Hufflepuff. So after a simple breakfast, the two parted at the stairs. Luen shook his head as he watched Hermione's alone figure slowly walk up the stairs. No matter where you are, there are always some people who have an opinion on Shuaba. However, he doesn't have many friends himself. In the snake courtyard, he was only one close friend of Malfoy, at most a Crabbe. Walk into the classroom of herbal medicine class according to yourself, and the boring day begins. By the time they came out of the herbal medicine class, it was close to noon. In the afternoon, Slytherin and Gryffindor did not have any classes, except in the evening. They both had a common class, the history of magic. That is, a history lesson on some of the relevance of the wizarding world. I heard that the teacher of this course is very old, at least nearly 1,000 years old, and was invited by the founder of Slytherin at that time. So Luen is somewhat interested in the living history of this walk. Find Hermione at the agreed table location, not alone this time, with Harry and Ronald by her side. This way, Luen. Hermione, who had been looking forward to it, was the first to discover Luen who was looking forward. Good noon. Luen put his textbook on the table, nodded and greeted the two people on the opposite side. Are you going to the library this afternoon? Hermione asked Luen after lunch. She feels that she needs to add some knowledge about potions to her mind now, because compared to Luen, she feels that her knowledge is still too little. Because the timetables of the little snake and the little lion are almost the same, the two sides are basically together when they are resting. Are you going to the library? I'm going too. Harry on the side heard that the two were planning to go to the library and immediately raised his hand to indicate that he was going too. After all, he had been savagely insulted by Snape's old bat yesterday, and he felt that his mind couldn't go on like this any longer. Especially after learning about Hermione's learning method, Harry instantly felt like drinking chicken soup and beating chicken blood. He also wants to become a character like a scholar. Then, let me go too? Although Ronald didn't want to study, his friends, especially his best friend Harry, were going there, so he couldn't be absent. Luen, who originally wanted to say he didn't want to go, scratched his head when he saw the enthusiasm of the people around him. Let's go then. According to his original plan, in the afternoon, he should go to the Quidditch venue to take a look, and then stroll around the lakeside of Black Lake. After all, it has been 2 days, and the entire Hogwarts has not been fully explored. But Hermione and the others said so, and he had to follow the trend of the masses. It is noon now, so there are many people in the library. Most of them are young wizards in the upper grades, preparing to get certificates and studying various kinds of papers. Everyone is quietly absorbing knowledge. Luen and the others found a table near the door and sat there and took out a few books. Hermione helped Harry pick out a thick potion subject knowledge, a book as thick as a fist, and Harry felt a little dizzy when he read it. Do you want to read this book? Then maybe you want to be a fool. Hermione raised her white neck like a proud white swan and glanced at Harry Potter. It's disgusting to talk. Ronald, who casually picked up a magazine and pretended to be, whispered in Harry's ear and made a face at Hermione after speaking. Miss Jack of all trades. Humph. Hermione sat down beside Luen angrily, holding a thick dictionary in her arms. A guy who is not motivated, don't need to be so angry. Seeing Hermione puffing up, Luen couldn't help whispering in her ear. The warm air made her petite body tremble, and she said quickly, I know. Luen also picked up his copy of Basics of Potions Cognition and started to learn. He is now interested in potions in all disciplines. After all, if done right, it's a great opportunity to make money. Especially when learning how precious the basilisk's fangs and blood are. He has kept a basilisk in the basement for nearly 1,000 years. While a few people were studying, Malfoy suddenly came to the library. Looking left and right, I finally saw Harry Potter, who was a little sleepy. Just as he was about to go there, he suddenly saw Luen, who was sitting on the other side reading carefully, and the steps he took suddenly shrank back. No, why am I so afraid of that fellow Geralt? Draco, you are a noble wizard. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As I meditated in my heart, a surge of courage poured into my heart. Malfoy went straight to the table where Luen was. I have a duel between wizards and you. In the quiet library, this voice instantly attracted the attention of several people around. Even Mrs. Pants, who was sitting at the door, looked over with dissatisfaction. Malfoy also noticed that his voice was a little louder and quickly lowered his head to avoid his eyes. Are you going to duel with me? Luen asked thoughtfully. Hearing that the duel was about to take place, Harry, who had been drowsy, instantly regained his energy. No. Hearing Luen's reply, Malfoy shook his head quickly. He knew the strength of the monster in front of him, so he didn't want to be thankful. I'm going to duel you, Harry Potter, at 11:30 tonight, in the prize showroom. I hope you don't dare to come." After speaking, Malfoy left only a golden back of his head and left in a hurry. "The person he's going to duel, is it me?" Harry, who had just woken up, was stunned at the moment. "If I heard correctly, it should be you." Ronald shook Harry's arm and said blankly, "Do you want to agree?" "Of course, I won't run." Harry remembered Malfoy's targeting of him, and his fighting spirit rose immediately. "Okay, I'll go with you tonight." Hermione, who was flipping the book on the side, squinted her brown eyes and muttered silently, "Two idiots, there's no help. This is a noble wizard duel. Miss Know-It-All." Hearing Hermione muttering in a low voice, Ronald whispered disdainfully, "It looks like you don't talk nonsense if you don't know." "But I don't know much now." Harry, who had agreed to a duel, regretted it after he calmed down. He has only been in class for 2 or 3 days now, and the spells class will start tomorrow afternoon for the first time. He only knows a few spells now, and even Ronald gave it to him. Ronald was also stunned when he heard this. As a noble family of pureblood wizards, Draco Malfoy must know more than the two of them. After he agreed, didn't he just let Harry ask for his own troubles? If you have time to think about this kind of thing, you might as well read 2 books. It's like this Alaho cave opening. Luan put another copy of the Book of Common Spells in front of Harry. As Malfoy's true friend, he knew that the Golden Retriever had no good intentions. As Hermione said, these two people are also incapable of thinking. Malfoy wasn't going to risk being incarcerated in a punishment cell by going to a duel in the middle of the night. If you guessed correctly, the watchdog is probably ready tonight. Would you like to go for a walk by the lake? Putting away the book, Luan stretched and said to Hermione, "I heard that the scenery there is very good. Are you two going on a date?" Harry's eyes lit up and asked curiously. As soon as the words came out, Hermione, who had not yet reacted, slapped smartly, and then a blush appeared on the sides of her cheeks. A date, or something. Luan on the side did not deny it. The sun at noon is not too strong, and the wind in the sky is also very mild. After Luan came out of the library, they walked along the green lake. "Is the Slytherin's common room just below this lake?" Hermione asked curiously. Their Gryffindor's lounge is built on the 8th floor, and of the 4 major lounges, only Slytherin is the most peculiar and the most curious. Of course, every night when I go to bed, I see all kinds of fish and the occasional big octopus. In a sense, Slytherin is a pure high-end aquarium. There are also a lot of little wizards by the lake. Most of them are a group of men or a group of women chatting. Occasionally, several pairs of senior wizards, a man and a woman, could be seen holding hands. Hermione looked down at her hand holding the notebook and shook her head quickly. "Such an idea is unacceptable." "Miss Jackie, what are you thinking?" Luan looked back at the dense forest in the distance, teasing Hermione back. "The know-it-all moniker really suits you." Hermione, who has always been in the learning moment, has far more knowledge in various aspects than other little wizards. And with knowledge comes the arrogance it deserves. Maybe that's why Hermione doesn't seem to have any friends in Gryffindor anymore. Had she gone to Ravenclaw, Hermione would have been more popular than it is now. After all, it is an academy for the pursuit of knowledge. "You're laughing at me too." Miss Hermione stopped and glanced at Luan with her brown pupils squinting. "Isn't a jack-of-all-trades a good fit for you?" Luan also stopped, looked at the green lawn, and sat down without feeling dirty. "After all, it means that you know everything. That's what they used to laugh at me." Watching Luan sit down, Hermione hesitated and sat down. "Looks like you haven't made any friends in Gryffindor." Luan took 2 lollipops out of his pocket and handed one to Hermione. "Me too. I have nothing to say to those little snakes." "Oh, except my only friend in Slytherin, Malfoy." After all, Malfoy was willing to give him an experiment, and Luan naturally recognized this friend. But there are many definitions of friends. Like him and his owl, and him and Malfoy. Draco Malfoy? Hermione took the candy, thinking of the little blonde wizard who had just challenged Harry in the library. He looked disgusting. She frowned. "Maybe, but I think he's not bad. After all, he ate an illusion last night." The two stopped and walked, and unknowingly, they had come to a dense forest. This is the Forbidden Forest, and Headmaster Dumbledore said it's not allowed to approach here. Hermione's memory was excellent, and she memorized almost word for word what Dumbledore said at the beginning of the school year. When we got here, there were not many people around, only Hermione and Lu En. After staring at the depths of the forest for a while with light blue eyes, just as he was about to turn his head back, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Hey, what are you two little wizards with hairless hair doing here?" Hearing this familiar voice, Lu En and Hermione turned their heads together, and they were looking at Hagrid, who had led them into the academy before the start of school. "I remember Headmaster Dumbledore saying no entry is allowed here." Hagrid, the manager of the Forbidden Forest, didn't want to see a little wizard injured in it. There are too many dangerous things in this forest, such as wild centaurs, eight-eyed spiders. These things are not accessible to these little wizards, and even if the professor goes in, they may not be able to come out. Approaching the Forbidden Forest without permission will result in deduction of points and confinement. "Sorry, Mr. Hagrid, we got lost on our date." Lu En grabbed Hermione, who was a little flustered, and said to Hagrid politely. Hermione, who was a little flustered when she heard that she was about to deduct points, only felt that Lu En suddenly pulled her little hand up. "Dating?" Hagrid's eyes widened. He had an impression of the two little wizards in front of him, because he was the one who led the newbies to school a few days ago. "I didn't expect these two to get together so quickly. It's only been a few days since I entered school, my Merlin." Remembering that he didn't even have a female friend at Hogwarts, Hagrid suddenly felt that Luen's face was in the way. "Go away, don't allow it next time, or I'll tell Headmaster Dumbledore," Hagrid said viciously. Hagrid sighed in admiration as he watched the back figure leaving hand in hand. People are more popular than dead people. Asterisk. As the two gradually moved away from the Forbidden Forest, Hermione, who had been nervous all the time, was relieved. There is nothing more terrifying for a scholar than deducting points. Although thanks to the infinite efforts of Harry and Ronald, Gryffindor has now become almost the last one. Now, Ravenclaw and Slytherin are tied for first place. These two sides have been the fiercest contenders for the Academy Cup in recent years, although Slytherin has won every one of them in the end. After the two returned to the restaurant, it was almost time to prepare for the magic history class at night, which was explained by a ghost who had lived for thousands of years. Luwin went in full of anticipation, but after less than 5 minutes, he fell unconscious, and Hermione, who was sitting beside him, was obviously much better than him. The little head is little by little in the air, like a little duck eating food. In the end, Shueba couldn't resist the power of the 1,000-year-old antique and leaned his head on the shoulder of Luwen, who was sleeping on the table. In the surrounding area of little wizards, no one could escape the murmur, and it was worth mentioning that Hermione was the last to fall. "That's rude." Cuthbert Binns in ghost form, gray and translucent, looked angrily at the little wizards who had fainted. Cuthbert Binns is the only ghost professor at Hogwarts. I heard from other ghosts that Cuthbert Binns forgot to bring his body to class one day and was dead when he came back, but this little problem couldn't stop his love of teaching at all. So for 1,000 years, the teacher of the history of magic class has been Cuthbert Binns. Although everyone around him was asleep, he rambled on in his rich, monotonous voice about goblin revolts and other old magical histories. When the get out of class was over, some stories left the classroom yawning, and some even couldn't stand up due to numbness in their legs and feet. Cuthbert Binns' lectures are still very easy to understand. Hermione rubbed her eyes, packed up the notes she took in the first half of the class, and said to Luwen, "As for what happened later, I'm sorry, Miss Hermione was already asleep by then. I think he should use some legendary stories to attract our attention, such as the touchstone, the secret room, and so on." Luwen is also a little sleepy, especially when this class is dedicated to the evening. "My class is history of magic, and I study facts, not myths and legends." When Cuthbert Binns in ghost form passed by, he said something coldly. "As for the legendary secret room, it does exist, but it was built by Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin. There's nothing mysterious about it." Luwen looked at Cuthbert Binns, who was drifting away and couldn't help touching his nose. He was too familiar with the things in the secret room. After all, he went to explore last night and harvested a psychic creature. After all, the basilisk is not really a mysterious thing. Looks like Cuthbert Binns is really boring. Hermione nodded in agreement. After they left the classroom door, the two were about to part ways. Because one lounge is on the 8th floor and the other is on the basement floor, the two of them separated at the entrance of the stairs. Hermione's figure slowly walked up the deformed stairs and disappeared in front of his eyes with a change. I shouldn't be a lowly control? Lewin thought, then walked back down the stairs to Slytherin's lounge. Under the green tones of water, the fire of the fireplace was burning slowly, and a group of Slytherin little wizards gathered in the hall at this time, talking and laughing about things. Lewin took a look as he passed by and saw that Malfoy was among them. This group of wizards are pure-blood wizards, and on the other side of the lounge, there is a group of mixed-blood wizards, which are divided into two factions. Lewin yawned and turned back to his bedroom. He doesn't want to deal with any faction now. After all, there are good guys who can come to Slytherin. When I was about to start sleeping, Malfoy returned to the dormitory with a face full of interest. It's nice to chat with a group of wizards who share the same philosophy. You didn't go to Harry? Lewin, who was reading with the light on, asked knowingly. I've asked someone to help me find Harry, and I'm sure it will be a big surprise for him. Malfoy smiled maliciously, remembering the tidbit he had just told Argus Filch. Be quiet, it disturbs my thoughts of reading. Lewin glanced at Malfoy, who couldn't help laughing, and reminded. The smile stopped abruptly, and Malfoy's mouth twitched. For some reason, when he saw Lewin, there was always an unknown sense of fear in his heart. However, his love for the game allowed him to overcome his fear. Why doesn't this game console light up? Out of battery. Then what shall we do? Lewin raised his eyebrows when he saw Malfoy take out the game console with a black screen. Then don't play. No, my house is only half built. Malfoy said reluctantly. How much is your game console? I bought it. Help me recharge, by the way. As a pure-blood wizard noble, Malfoy naturally has his own pocket money, and he has a lot of assets. Forget it, I gave it to you, who made us friends. Saying that, Lewin picked up his staff and pointed it at the game console. Malfoy was taken aback by the action and hurriedly backed away. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden arc burst out from the wand and soon began to wrap around the game console. After a while, the red indicator light instantly turned green. Lewin has experimented with a few consoles and blown up a few, which is why he is so handy. You are a good person. Malfoy glanced gratefully at Lewin, then ran off to his bed. Internet addiction teenager. A word automatically popped into Lewin's mind. All in all, everyone had a great night. Except for Harry, Ronald, and their roommate, who were hunted down by Filch, the tragic trio. Asterisk. The next morning, Lewin simply packed up and was ready to go to the restaurant for dinner. In the past few days, he has gradually adapted to the life here. He asks the house elf what he wants to eat every day, and even his clothes can be cleaned with a new look. Gryffindor's table was surrounded by a large group of people at this time, and when he got closer, he realized that the people surrounded were Harry Potter and the broom he had just obtained. It wasn't until Hermione explained it to him that Harry had been chosen as a Gryffindor Quidditch seeker because of his outstanding performance in flying lessons. And recently there was a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which meant Harry was going to play the first match soon. But Harry's spirit didn't look very good, and Ronald's face on the side was even more blue, looking very funny. What I didn't expect was that Professor McGonagall was a Quidditch player when he was young, and even got a badge of honor. Hermione remembered Professor McGonagall's steady manner in class, and had no idea that she would be a Quidditch fanatic. Lewin nodded knowingly. He wasn't interested in Quidditch, because the rules of Quidditch were so outrageous that a single seeker could decide the end of a game, completely negating the points scored by the rest of the team. It would be better to just find the golden snitch with a group of people. The key to the whole game is to focus on the seeker. As for the other players, they are all green leaves. The first class was Professor Snape's potions class, and none of the wizards present wanted to be late for his class. After all, Professor Snape looked fierce. There used to be some bright classrooms, but with Snape's arrival, the windows were automatically closed one by one. Okay, now let's refine the potion. Close all the books in your hands. We don't need the old and outdated knowledge above. All you need now is your hands. After Snape finished speaking, he explained the potions and recipes that were going to be refined in this lesson in detail. The smart and studious Hermione pricked up her ears and took notes seriously. There are obviously many benefits for some schoolmasters to be on the sidelines. For example, Lewin can borrow notes when he just lost his mind. The crucibles needed to refine the potion have been prepared and placed on the table one by one, and the materials for this lesson have been prepared in advance. Every little wizard is conscientiously refining his own potion except Harry Potter. This is a classroom, not a bedroom. If you want to sleep, please get out of here immediately. Snape's sharp eyes saw that something was wrong with Harry, and even Ronald, who was sitting next to him, didn't escape punishment. Do you two know how dangerous it is to sleep while making potions? Snape's indifferent and quick voice sounded, and he sarcastically said, "You two troll-like brains obviously don't know." "No, Professor, we just last night." Harry, who was about to explain, suddenly stopped abruptly, and his mind that was still a little confused just woke up. He faltered, not knowing what to say. He couldn't say that last night he went to a wizarding showdown with Malfoy, but he didn't come at all, and he let Filch chase him all night and was startled by the three-headed dog again. Speaking of which, if Lewin hadn't let him learn Araho Cave opening yesterday, he and his two roommates would have been arrested and locked up. "What did you do last night?" Snape narrowed his eyes, realizing that things were not that simple, and asked directly. "Me? Professor, he had a bad stomach last night, so he didn't sleep all night." Ronald, who was sitting on the side, hurriedly stood up and explained to Harry. If Harry continued to talk, the matter of the three-person night tour would be exposed. "Well said." Snape sneered. 10 points from Gryffindor. Hermione, who was sitting in the back row, who was concentrating on refining potions, suddenly shook her small hands after hearing these words, and all the materials in her hands were about to fall into the cauldron. She opened her eyes immediately. If all this material falls into the cauldron, it means that the potion of her potion is useless. Fortunately, Lewin, who was on the side, quickly caught the material that was about to fall into the boiling water. "You only need to put 1/7 of the root of the aconite. You don't need to throw it all in," Lewin quipped, placing the aconite in front of Hermione. "Who think you?" Hermione patted her chest quickly and let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, she thought she was going to die. But just as the tension disappeared, she remembered that her academy had been deducted 10 points again. "I suspect Professor Snape is targeting Harry." Hermione lowered her head in a low voice. No doubt, Snape's old bat was targeting Harry Potter. He is also not shy about targeting others. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. Be careful, I will report you to the dean." Lewin threatened. "I do not believe." Hermione rolled his eyes at him. The potion Snape asked to refine this time was still very simple. At least both Lewin and Hermione had refined it. But Lewin is one step ahead of Hermione. "Well done, Lewin. 10 points for Slytherin." Snape looked at the potion in good condition and unceremoniously added 10 points to Snake House. And facing Harry just now were completely two extremes. Annoyed, Harry couldn't help pinching off the refining ingredients in his hand. "Professor and me." Hermione just raised her hand beside him, looking at Snape expectantly. Aconite added a bit more, but the effect is still there. Snape glanced at Hermione and Lewin beside him with half-squinted eyes, and said after a while, "Gryffindor adds 10 points. Familiar Gryffindor and Slytherin." Snape thought. Boom. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded. Snape hurried over. Seeing the familiar little lion's robe, Snape's face crooked with anger. "Is your brain disguised by a troll? Clean up this place for me. Also, 10 points from Gryffindor." Hermione, who was still happy just now, her smile slowly became stiff, the corners of her mouth twitched, and her whole body turned gray. "Are you all right?" Lewin held back the smile at the corner of his mouth and asked softly towards Hermione. Can I still be divided into colleges again? I want to go to Ravenclaw or Slytherin. After the potions class, it was followed by the charms class by Professor Flitwick. This class is separate for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Since Ravenclaw didn't have a class in the morning, when Lou-Anne and Hermione separated, they came to the classroom and found that there were already a lot of people sitting there. They were wearing robes and ties with the Azure Raven logo on them. Lou-Anne found a random spot and sat on it. Soon Professor Flitwick walked in with the book in his arms. Professor Flitwick was very short, with white hair, and was a Ravenclaw dean with goblin blood. But it is such a small professor who has won several dual championships while studying at Hogwarts, and this honor makes him a well-deserved teacher of spells. The whole Ravenclaw people showed great respect after seeing Professor Flitwick. Among all the professors, Professor Flitwick has the best character. Even Lou-Anne often hears other Eagle Academy students mention it. Okay, gentlemen, be a little quieter. Professor Flitwick sat down on a stack of books, trying to make himself able to see every little wizard present. He kindly explained his course. Hovering spell, fire-making spell, softening spell, cutting spell, unlocking spell, locking spell, repairing spell. These are the courses we want to learn in the first grade. At the end, I will test you, so please listen carefully. Having said that, Professor Flitwick picked up his spell and whispered to the book next to him, Wingardium Leviosa. Immediately afterwards, the thick book floated out of thin air under the curious eyes of the little wizards around. That's the spell we're going to learn in the next class. Now open your standard spells, the book by Miranda Gosshack, I think. At this time, Lou-Anne, who was hiding in the corner of the classroom, had quietly closed his writing eye. He had already seen all the loops of the magic power just now, and even the movement of waving his wand had been copied. Try it, he whispered softly. The wand in his hand stretched out from his wide sleeve and lightly tapped a badge he had placed on the table. Instead of chanting a spell, he gently waved his wand following the professor's circuits and movements. Soon, under Lou-Anne's gaze, the bronze badge floated swayingly. However, this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Professor Flitwick, who has been observing the students around him. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, because he didn't see any movement or sound from Lou-Anne's mouth. Silent Curse. This is an advanced class, and it's harder to learn than any spell he's been teaching so far. Because if the silent spell is not well controlled, the power in the wizard will explode, and he will not be able to completely control his spell power. Moreover, the power of silent spells is much stronger than that of voice spells. Therefore, when encountering danger, ordinary wizards will not recite spells. But according to the scene he just saw, the handsome blonde-haired boy in the corner was able to easily control his power and let the badge float slowly. My Merlin, this is so rare. Professor Flitwick muttered to himself. But why is it a snake house? After seeing the familiar set of green robes, he couldn't help shaking his head. For such a genius to enter Slytherin, it is simply a waste of money. If he is allowed to teach carefully, then he has absolute confidence to cultivate the next dueling champion. Maybe I should have a good chat with Snape? The amiable Professor Flitwick had a hard time imagining that he would think so. But the talent shown by Lou-Anne already includes the wisdom that Ravenclaw has, and if someone can make things float for the first time with a spell, that's a spell talent. But if it is to be controlled by a silent mantra, there is definitely wisdom in it. The flow of the spell and the amount of control have to go through a variety of meticulous calculations. Professor Flitwick, who is a duel master, also took many years to get to that point. At this time, Lou-Anne didn't know that he had been targeted by the Dean of Ravenclaw. Now he is preparing to copy some other useful spells. But where to copy is a problem. No one would perform all kinds of dangerous spells in front of a little wizard. Would you like to study with Senior Tom? While the name Voldemort was cursed, Tom wasn't. He remembered that Professor Loke seemed to have Senior Tom attached to him. As time passed, soon it was time to end the get-out of class. It's just that when Lou-Anne was about to pack up his things and go back to the dormitory, Malfoy blocked in front of him with his 2 followers. Is something wrong, my friend? Lou-Anne looked up and asked. Geralt, do you know about Quidditch? Malfoy didn't come to find fault, and he didn't dare to find fault. He now has two good places in his hand, and just wanted to share it with Lewin. Since Harry Potter joined Gryffindor's Quidditch team, Malfoy has also tried his best to ask his school manager father to help him find a relationship and join Slytherin's team. And it just so happened that after he joined Slytherin's team, one of the team members was ready to go for verification, and then he quit the team. In other words, there is still one more place, so Malfoy naturally thought of his good brother. With Gerald's strength, if he joins the team, those little lions are nothing to be afraid of. As Malfoy, who had personally experienced Lewin's strength, he had the most say, so he asked his school manager father to give him the selection. Although the current headmaster is Dumbledore, the Malfoy family can't get too deep into the hand, but such a small problem can still be solved. You want me to join Quidditch? Lewin asked in surprise. Yes, I believe that with your participation, the two of us will definitely kill, Malfoy said confidently. What position is there now, Seeker? Lewin asked after thinking for a moment. There's nothing wrong with joining a party, and it just happens to be a good way to pass the boring time. It's just that the only position he can see now is the Seeker. After all, if it were another position, even if he had the highest score, once the Seeker lost, it would basically fall short. No, Seeker is my place. After Malfoy finished speaking, he saw Lewin's figure about to turn around. Farewell. Don't, let's play a game alone, okay? Malfoy quickly held back. He really wanted to beat Harry just once. Then it's settled. Lewin nodded under Malfoy's hopeful gaze. Asterisk. After returning to the dormitory, Lewin put aside the sleeping frog cub lying on the bed and began to think about what to do recently. He needs to improve in all aspects now, especially magic spells and potions, and refining potions happens to be the most profitable. What's more, the materials for refining potions can be found in forbidden areas. With his current strength, getting around Hagrid and going to the Forbidden Lands is a breeze. However, the knowledge in his mind is too little right now. He can only make a few simple potions. Even if he knows the methods, he does not know the specific formula and dosage. Looks like it's time to go to Snape and study hard. Snape was absolutely brilliant at teaching wizards about potions, especially since he was a Slytherin student. After having a purpose, Lewin played a little game with the two in the dormitory and went to bed early at 2 in the morning. Mainly because they don't have classes in Slytherin tomorrow morning. After the second day, Lewin knocked on Professor Snape's lounge. Since Gryffindor had herbal lessons this morning, Hermione didn't follow. But after breakfast, when the two parted, Hermione was also motivated by the fact that he was going to study with Professor Snape. Lewin works so hard. What qualification does she have to not work hard? After all, in all the classes, Lewin's performance was unanimously praised by all the professors. Even the professors who were not in the magic spell class together, Professor Flitwick also mentioned Lewin's name in front of the little lion. The little lions who knew Lewin at the time were taken aback. With a knock on the door opened automatically in a short while. Come in, Lewin. The originally cold voice was a little calm at the moment, and he even thought he heard it wrong, or knocked on the wrong door. After seeing the sign on the door, it was indeed Professor Shangnipu, and Lewin walked in with confidence. Professor Snape, good morning. Lewin nodded politely, and then stated his purpose directly. He is not the kind of person who likes to go around. What's more, he knew that Professor Snape would not reject him. Sure enough, after hearing his request, Snape put his long-sleeved hand on his chin and thought for a moment. In the face of such a studious wizard, as a professor, it is impossible for him to refuse, not to mention that the wizard in front of him is still a student of Slytherin. And Lewin's talent in potions class is far superior to other wizards, which shows that he has a certain talent. No matter what kind of discipline it is, it needs talent to support it. Among all disciplines, there are only two kinds of talents. One is astrology, and the other is magic. But that doesn't mean other disciplines don't need talent. Mastering the ingredients, weight, and timing of the potion requires long-term and persistent persistence, but the potion that Lewin brewed for the first time is obviously well controlled in all aspects. But only Lu-en himself knows that he senses the transformation of the cauldron through powerful magic control, and it is easy to achieve that effect with Hermione's notes. He doesn't have any kind of talent. Hold on. After Professor Snape finished speaking, he walked directly to his room, and after a while, he took out an old-looking book and handed it to Lu-en. Here's a note from my school days. Maybe you need it. Thank you, Professor. Lu-en took the note and thanked him. If you encounter any problems, just come here and find me. Whether it's potions, spells, or feelings. Before Lu-en could react, the door slammed shut with a gentle wave of Professor Snape's wand. What did Professor Snape say just now? Lu-en was a little puzzled, but he looked at the book full of notes in his hand and simply stopped thinking about it. Why do you think so much? If you have this time, it is better to study hard. On the way to the library, he glanced at it casually. The beautiful fonts above had detailed annotations and new development ideas on each page. Each is something Lu-en could not have imagined. The owner of this book is called the Half-Blood Prince. Lu-en, who was impressed, remembered that the book seemed to end up with Harry in the end. Sure enough, Snape really loved Harry. I don't know how Snape will react after Harry's transition. Lu-en recalled a noteworthy guess from a past life. It's just a pity that in Harry Potter's world, there is no magic spell about S**X. Pity. At this time, Harry, who was taking a herbal class, sneezed suddenly, and one of the plants in his hand fell to the ground without being caught, and a deafening cry rang out in the entire herbal room. Harry, what are you doing? My ears. I'm sorry, Professor. 2 points from Gryffindor. Don't deduct it, don't deduct it. Our Gryffindor is already a negative number. The entire herb shed was thrown into chaos for a while. In the afternoon, Hermione, who was in a trance, sat idly beside Lu-en and couldn't help lying on the dining table. Fortunately, the table is cleaned by house elves every day, so there are not too many stains. What's wrong with you? Putting down the note in his hand, Lu-en turned his head and asked curiously. Hermione has never seen such a decadent look. It is a long experience. Mandela, those plants scream so hard. Thinking of the screams of those plants, even Hermione wearing earmuffs can feel despair. Mandela? I remember it was easy to change the soil for them. Lu-en didn't understand. The wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw succeeded at once. Why did you brag when you arrived at Gryffindor? No, it's because Harry. Before Hermione could finish speaking, Harry and Ronald, who were downcast, came over. Good noon, Lu-en. Good noon, Harry. Ronald replied from the side. No, my name is Lu-en, not Ronald. Harry emphasized it again. Well, you know my ears aren't working well. Ronald patted his ear and nodded to Lu-en. Good afternoon, you two. Lu-en replied. Is this notebook yours? Hermione was surprised. Can you let me see it? It seems that Professor Snape's notes are still very important. After all, he is also a genius wizard in the last few years. Asterisk. Certainly. For Hermione's request, Lu-en, who is a friend, naturally would not refuse. Hermione happily took the book and sat aside to study, occasionally exclaiming, "This is the resonance between a scholar and a scholar." Harry and Ronald couldn't understand the joy. Hey, Lu-en. Do you know what's in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor? Ronald suddenly lowered his head and said to Lu-en mysteriously. Harry was right next to the two of them, and he quietly leaned over. You have absolutely no idea what's in there, Lu-en. Harry shuddered as he recalled that night. If it wasn't for the books Lu-en gave him to teach him how to open Araho, he would still be locked up by the watchdog. Of course, if it hadn't been for the opening of Araho, he wouldn't have encountered that huge and ferocious monster at that time. What did you see? Lu-en asked inexplicably. He still had some confidence in his memory, and if he remembered correctly, it was a 3-headed dog. There's actually a huge 3-headed dog inside. As a participant that night, Ronald exclaimed, for fear that Hermione, who was reading a book, would not hear. It seems my memory is good. Lu-en thought. That 3-headed dog also has a setting that makes him faint when he likes listening to music. But the two people in front of them didn't know it. So, Principal Dumbledore has set it up as a restricted area. Naturally, he has his reasons. You two are obviously breaking the school rules. Lewin remembered that the three-headed dog was also a dangerous magical creature. Not necessarily an opponent. Except for him, of course. With the increase in physique, Lewin has not tested his true strength now. But I guess it should be more than enough to hit a dog. You're really different from the nasty bastards in Slytherin. Ronald took 2 steps back when he heard the report was about to be made. Slytherin's little snakes didn't play by the rules like Lewin did. Lewin must be joking, right? Harry watched Lewin staring into his pale blue eyes without speaking, and the corners of his mouth twitched slowly. He wouldn't really tell Headmaster Dumbledore, would he? After all, Harry didn't know much about Lewin, and he couldn't guarantee it. What's the joke? At this time, Hermione, who had flipped through it quickly, returned the book to Lewin and asked the 3 of them curiously. You and Miss Know-It-All really are a match made in heaven, Ronald said with a face ashen. The behavior of these 2 people is almost the same, and they are equally annoying. Miss Know-It-All said hello slowly. Is this their joke? Of course, it's just a joke. Harry and Ronald were both relieved by Lewin's answer. And Miss Hermione, who was standing on the side, tilted her head and glanced at Lewin. Can't figure out what's going on now. The 2 went without Hermione in the middle of the night, and Lewin couldn't guarantee that there would be any accidents. After all, the lack of Hermione's intelligence is like a body without a head. These 2 rash little lions may be gone one day. Let's go. There is no class this afternoon. I have to practice flying. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 people who heard this light up instantly. You're going to Quidditch too? Clever Hermione guessed Lewin's purpose at once. And Harry also turned his attention to Lewin. If Lewin also participates, it means that the 2 are competitors at this time. After all, he represented Gryffindor, and Lewin could only represent Slytherin. Because the team lacked one person, I had to make up for it. I should be the server or something, and Malfoy for the seeker. Saying that, Lewin glanced at Harry. The 2 seekers were the most noticeable in the game. Malfoy. Harry gritted his teeth, because just last night he had been tricked by that golden retriever from Malfoy. Almost got shut down. Unexpectedly, Malfoy will be Slytherin's seeker. Harry instantly burst into flames. I'm going to train too. In the end, the 4 were divided into 2 groups. Harry and Ronald went to the playground to practice, while Lewin and Hermione went to another spacious place to practice. After all, both sides represent their own academies. As for why Hermione would follow, because he completely believed that Hermione would not inform. After practicing for a few hours, the 2 sat directly on the edge of the Black Lake to rest. Which student is that Half-Blood Prince? It's really amazing. All kinds of potions have been simplified, and he has his own unique understanding. Hermione happily explained the notes in the book to Lewin, and it could be seen that the notes gave her a lot of inspiration. What's even more powerful is that there is a curse created by myself on it. Is this really something that students can come up with? That's right, such a talented wizard will experience Gryffindor's campus hegemony. If he hadn't understood this, Lewin wouldn't have believed it. Lewin, did you listen to me? Seeing that Lewin didn't reply, Hermione frowned and pushed his shoulders lying on the grass. There was still no response, and then she suddenly heard a steady breathing sound. Fell asleep. Hermione looked at the handsome profile that had closed her eyes for some time and stayed there for a while. I shouldn't have been caught doing something I shouldn't have done at this time, Miss Hermione thought to herself. When Lewin woke up again, the sky was already dyed red by the sunset, and the Black Lake was rippled by the wind. When he looked up, he found that Hermione was sitting beside him, taking Snape's notes and jotting down something, and the quill in his hand left beautiful handwriting on the clean roll of paper. You're awake. Hermione also found Lewin standing up and said helplessly, You have slept for more than 2 hours, and the dinner party is over. Dinner is over? Wrong. You haven't had dinner yet? Lewin asked Hermione, then took her hand and walked towards the castle before she could answer. I just happen to know where the house elf kitchen is, so I went there to eat. While exploring the castle the other day, Lewin just took note of the kitchen next to Hufflepuff. The elves working at Hogwarts were very kind, and as soon as they heard that the 2 wanted some supper, they prepared some butter and bread right away. These house elves are so sweet. How much do they get paid here a month? Hermione questioned. No, it's good that Principal Dumbledore has provided us with a place to work. How dare we ask for extra wages? Before Luan could answer, the house elves panicked instantly. Luan shrugged. It's just exploitation. It's unreasonable. How could Professor Dumbledore allow this to happen? Walking on the stairs at night, in the murals on the wall, many ghosts are curiously watching the chattering girl and her male companion. Those house elves deserve their own wages, Luan. Hermione complained angrily. It seemed to her that this exploitative activity had disappeared hundreds of years ago. I also think those exploiters should be on the streetlights. Luan nodded in agreement, but on second thought, something was not quite right. These little wizards who are responsible for food and shelter seem to be this group of exploiters. It was me who was hung up the streetlight? Luan opened his eyes wide in thought, shook his head and hurriedly tossed these dangerous thoughts out of his head. I'll never eat anything they make again. Hermione decides to go on hunger strike. No, you can't solve the root cause like this. Luan explained to her step by step, it's better to solve the problem from the root cause rather than not eating. For example, you can set yourself a small goal. What target? Hermione asked curiously. Do you have any ideals? Luan did not rush to answer her question, but instead asked a question. Ideal? Yes, for example, do you have any positions you want to do in the future? I want to be a doctor. Hermione thought about it carefully. Under her father's teaching, the only job she could choose at the moment seemed to be a dentist. Wizards don't need dentists, Luan quipped. For wizards, most diseases are just a matter of a spell. And toothache, such a small disease, is naturally included in it. Then, to be a professor? Hermione said tentatively that with her future knowledge, becoming a professor is also a very good choice. Being a professor doesn't solve the elf problem. The pattern should be opened. For example, the minister of the Ministry of Magic. Luan said exactly what he wanted to say. Hermione, who didn't want to be Minister of Magic, was not a good wizard. Minister of Magic. Suddenly Brown Eyes lit up. You're right, as long as I become Minister of Magic, then I'll be able to free the elves. Hermione set the goal in high spirits. Haha, it's so funny that a little wizard wants to be Minister of Magic. A sharp voice passed through the wall, and the two looked up at a mural, in which an old woman was drawn, and the old woman pointed to the side with her finger. Looking in the direction of the fingertips, a short, comically dressed pale ghost was laughing while hugging his belly. Peeves. Both of them had more or less seen this troublemaker in Hogwarts, and many professors couldn't do anything about him, even Snape. So the only people who can subdue Peeves are Headmaster Dumbledore and Barrow the Blood. According to rumors, this troublemaker existed when Hogwarts was first established. It can be said that it was an elf born from Hogwarts. It has been in this castle longer than everyone else. Hermione has no friends, Luan has no friends, you two are pathetic. Ha 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 dash. It's disgusting. Let's go, Luan, leave it alone. Hermione half squinted and pulled Luan back. This Peeves is not afraid of the sky and the earth. It can only come soft and not hard. It is said that at one point a caretaker tried to capture Peeves, and as a result Peeves began to run wild in the castle with some machetes, several crossbows, a large caliber muzzle-loading gun, and a small cannon. At that time, classes had to be suspended for 3 days for the safety of the students, and the current principal, Euplasia Moore, went to negotiate. After that, no one dared to provoke it. However, others dare not. It does not mean Luan dare not. Wait a minute. After speaking, Luan closed his eyes with his back to Hermione, and when he opened them again, the black sickle began to slowly turn in the red pupils. Magic is not very harmful to Peeves. After all, it has lived in this castle for nearly 1,000 years. To put it mildly, it has experienced almost all magic. However, it was clear that Peeves had no way to stop the illusion that was being cast on it. Soon, the originally wanton laughter suddenly stopped abruptly. I saw Peeves sluggishly floating in the air, his eyes gradually slackening. Gone. Luan greeted Hermione, who was stunned. What happened to it? Hermione glanced at Peeves, who was motionless in the air, and asked. I just glanced at it just now, and I thought about it. The spell might not work for it. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe it's trying to play a prank again. Then let's go quickly. Hearing this, Hermione trotted in front of her. Luan followed suit. On the wall behind him, a group of ghosts looked curiously at Peeves, whose body was stiff in midair and pointed from time to time. Suddenly, a sharp roar startled them. Don't come here, Dash. Red eyes are scary. There's definitely something wrong with that snake. Peeves rampaged, and the last one crashed into the wall and disappeared without a trace. The ghosts around looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or sympathize for a while. But the corners of their mouths couldn't help it. I didn't expect Peeves to have today. Cheerful laughter is Hogwarts supper tonight, Peeves' nightmare. After the two separated, Hermione went to the 8th floor, while Luan went to the basement. Pure breed. As the password was shouted, the door to Slytherin's lounge opened. Arrogant and boring slogan. Luan shook his head, ignoring the little snakes who boasted to each other in the hall how powerful his family was, and went straight back to the dormitory. I slept in the afternoon, and I didn't feel sleepy at all. Luan was lying on the bed with complicated thoughts and couldn't sleep at all. The two internet-addicted teenagers in the same dormitory were still building houses, and Malfoy even wanted to ask him to buy a few more units, which was what other noble wizards wanted. It's just that Luan didn't have much, so he refused directly. He gave Malfoy 2 of them mainly because he was bored, and it was not for sale. Asterisk. After entering the middle of the night, Luan was lying on the bed tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. In desperation, he had to put on a set of casual clothes, took a few Momotaro rice balls, and went out. Maybe he slept very comfortably in the afternoon, but now he doesn't have the slightest sleepiness. Just taking advantage of the fact that I went to Hogwarts at night, maybe I was lucky enough to meet the administrator Filch and his Mrs. Norris. And he's also interested in banned books in the library. After coming out through the gate of Slytherin, Luan opened his writing wheel and groped for the location of the library in the entire castle. The door to the library wasn't locked, so he pushed in easily. The white moonlight is like silk, and it sprinkles in the empty library. If it's the forbidden area, it's this way. Luan, who has come to the library many times, has already figured out this area, and although it is said to be a forbidden area, it only has a lock. There isn't even any magic flowing on it. Araho Cave is open. He took his wand from his sleeve and tapped it on the lock. Pushing aside the iron fence, the 2 rows of bookshelves around are full of books. Some books are even blocked by chains, which seems to give people a strange and mysterious feeling. Pulling out a random book from the bookshelf, the moment he opened the book, Luan quickly closed it again with an expressionless face. Because he obviously saw a face that was about to roar, and if he made some noise now, he had to deal with Filch. About the specific use of curse is indeed a book in the forbidden book area. It's just different from the books out there. Luan glanced at the title and shoved it back. The book he was looking for was about magic spells. Instead of thinking about imitating it all the time, he might as well study it himself. Such as Unforgivable Curse, Forgetting Curse, Stunning Curse, Occlumency, which are useful. Among them, occlumency was something he had to learn, otherwise he might be exposed one day. Especially his own traveler memory. After searching for a long time, I finally saw a book, Research and Application of Forbidden Magic, in the corner of the wall. The black cover of this book is not too thick as a whole. Compared with the various basic books outside, it is pitiful. However, before he could open the book, a laughing voice came from behind him. Long time no see, Luan. It's such a coincidence, I didn't expect you to go out for a night or two. Hearing these 2 familiar voices, Luan also knew who the 2 were standing behind. It was brothers Fred and George. Hey, what book are you holding in your hand? Fred asked curiously. A magical forbidden spell. There was nothing to hide either. Luan put the book directly in front of them. Are you going to study too? Study, what a joke. We just love mischief. Gemini expressed a headache for this kind of knowledge books. Although they have a high talent, their character does not allow them to continue to learn. Luan, do you want to know how we found you? Fred whispered mysteriously, and George on the side nodded quickly. We have a great map in our hands, and we're able to mark everyone. How about you? Do you want to join our prank tour? Fred asked Lu-en enthusiastically. In his opinion, Lu-en, who seemed so amiable and polite and still came out for night tours, was simply too much for their appetite compared to other Slytherins. Pranks and maps. Lu-en wondered how these two came together. That's right, we picked up this map from Filch, but we couldn't break its spell. We need to finish all the shenanigans above before the spell will appear. George said, we've done most of the prank, and we'll be able to break the spell in about half a year. Can't you force it to release? Lu-en remembers the magic of decryption spells. No, that would only reduce the time we spend on the map. Clearly the Gemini had tried what he said, but the end result did disappoint them. The map they use now has a time limit. Once the time limit is exceeded, no one's location will be marked on the map. Sounds interesting, but let me think about it anyway. Lu-en neither refused nor accepted. He remembered that the Marauders map was made by the James Potter Quartet in the last few years. It has to be said that in addition to learning, they always have excellent inventions. Even the twins in front of him are the same. Okay, then we'll wait for your news. The Weasley twins were not discouraged, but took out the map and placed it in front of Lu-en. Look, this is Argus Filch. According to his trajectory, he will be back to patrol the library soon. Until now we have no way to decipher how this map was made. Its maker, the Predator, is really a genius. Hearing the conversation between Fred and George, Lu-en thought of Peeves he met today. Maybe you can ask Peeves, I suspect it has something to do with this map. After all, Peeves has lived here for thousands of years, and no one is more familiar with the architecture of this castle than it. Likewise, no one will be more familiar with the people here than it is. So his suspicions are not without reason. Sure enough, after hearing Lu-en's words, the twins' eyes lit up. How did they never think it would be related to Peeves? Thanks, Lu-en, my friend. Thinking of this, they couldn't wait to get ready to look for Peeves. Friendly reminder, don't take the book out of the library, otherwise it will scream. After speaking, the Weasley twins took the Marauders map to find the wobbly Peeves. Can't you take it out of the library? He looked down at the book in his hand. The book didn't look any different. Forget it. Come again when you have time. Now that Filch has come this way, he can't stay here any longer. After casting a silent spell on himself, he quietly left the library. After saying goodbye to the Weasley brothers, Lu-en simply flipped through the banned book and put it back in its original position. Filch was going to patrol the library soon, so he had to get out of here before the watchdog arrived. The stars twinkle. There was a sound, and then a gleaming spot of light hung from the wand, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Tonight, in addition to coming to the library to look at the banned books, I also have to go to the forbidden area on the 3rd floor to look at the three-headed dog who likes to listen to music. That's why he brought Momotaro rice balls with him before coming. After they all came to the 3rd floor along the constantly deformed stairs, at a corner of the corner, a mirror was standing safely in place. Lu-en suddenly took a step and set his eyes on the mirror. The mirror is beautifully decorated, with a gold frame and 2 paw-shaped foot supports underneath. The top is also engraved with the words, Eris Stella Uru Ayutubi Kaflu Athean Vogues. This is the name of the mirror, which is called the Mirror of Erist. Above the mirror, a row of unknown letters is also engraved, Eris Sedstra Eroi Tubi Kafruai Tonwosi. Lu-en frowned and studied it, only to realize that this row of letters needs to be read backwards. Translated to mean, I show not your face but your desire. Can you see what you desire? When Lu-en looked at the mirror, a pair of writing wheels had been quietly opened. The surroundings were empty, without any magic. This also means that no one else exists nearby. Dumbledore's tentative? He remembered that the mirror was kept by Dumbledore, and the back was there to make Harry see what he wanted to see in his heart. After closing the shaker, Lu-en hesitated and walked towards the mirror. He wanted to see what his heart longed for. Strength or something else. With anticipation, Lu-en set his eyes on himself on the mirror. However, the mirror that was supposed to reflect his face didn't have the slightest reflection at this time. Instead, it was another person, and he was still very familiar, but it was a little different from usual, such as less things. Lu-en's eyes widened, and he froze in front of the mirror for a while. I'm not a lowly control. Isn't it power that I long for? Oh, Looks like you saw something interesting, Lou and Gerald. At this moment, a kind voice suddenly sounded from behind, and the white-bearded old man stood behind Luen with a wand and a smile on his face. Headmaster Dumbledore? Luen didn't turn his head in a hurry, but wiped his nose with his black sleeve. Young and energetic, there are always some things that can't be seen. Good evening. When Luen turned around, what he saw was Dumbledore, who was also looking in the mirror and smiling. What do you see in this mirror, Gerald? Dumbledore looked at Luen, who looked hesitant, and said kindly and understandingly, "Of course you don't want to say it, and you don't have to tell me." "Nothing to say, I saw in the mirror here, wand and honor." After thinking about it, Luen lied. He couldn't say that he saw something in it that he shouldn't have seen. Sure enough, this kind of thing should not be told to other people. Oh, in pursuit of honor and power? Dumbledore glanced at each other unsurprisingly, because as a Slytherin snake, these two are the most basic qualities. "I saw in it the wool socks I received a lot at Christmas," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Woolen socks? Do you mean family?" Luen, who has lived here for 11 years, is no stranger to the meaning of wool socks, because only family members send wool socks. And Dumbledore is now completely separated from a younger brother, that is. "I see, Headmaster." Luen nodded. Christmas was coming soon, and he just gave Headmaster Dumbledore some wool socks. He couldn't help but return the gift. "Gerald, you have to remember that in the pursuit of power and honor, don't lose your heart. I don't want to see you become that person one day. If you have an amazing talent, you must make good use of it, and don't be too ambitious. In addition, the dark magic and curses in the forbidden area are not available to you now." Dumbledore's expression changed, and he said to Luen seriously, "In the past few days, he suddenly received a letter from Professor Flitwick. In the letter, the other party has completely exposed Luen's amazing talent and his regret for Luen's joining the Snake Academy. There's a lot of nonsense in the letter, but the only thing Dumbledore sees in it is, can Luen change colleges?" Luen's back froze after hearing Dumbledore's words. He was found in the forbidden area just now, which means that Dumbledore has been observing himself this evening. But fortunately, when he used the shaker, he used it with his head down. If he was found, it was estimated that Dumbledore had already asked a question. Because of the negative emotions that those eyes always exude, it's hard not to think of dark magic. "I see." Luen nodded in agreement. "Okay, Gerald, I didn't see anything tonight." Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, then turned away in his white robes. "I just came out to go to the toilet. I believe you are too." "I also came out to go to the toilet, but I just got lost." The corners of Luen's mouth twitched slightly. As he was about to leave the magic mirror, Luen couldn't help but look back. "No, it's out." Holding the sleeve of the black robe to cover his nose, Luen looked up and hurriedly left the magic mirror. "I'm not a lowly control." There are too many things to experience this evening, but Luen is still unwilling to sleep. Or can't sleep. The next day dawned. After walking out of Slytherin's basement, Luen realized that at some point, small snowflakes had begun to float outside. Is it winter already? The snowflakes are not big, the air is gloomy, and a cold wind blows from time to time. The little wizards around were already wearing warm scarves, and Luen saw Hermione doing his homework at the dining table. She also wore a patterned scarf. "Good morning, Hermione." "Harry, Ronald, Anne." Luen yawned and walked over to the Gryffindors' table. These little lions had been very familiar with Luen for so many days. When he came to Hermione's side, he suddenly found a tall little wizard sitting around Harry. "Andy Thomas, my roommate, and Ronald's." Harry introduced his good roommate to Luen. "Luen, good morning. How did you think about last night?" At this time, Fred and George came over and saw Luen say, "We too are looking forward to your reply. I have to study in the last few days, and I will give you 2 answers in a few days." Speaking, Luen pointed to his dark circles. "He stayed up all night last night." "You are working too hard." "What happened last night?" Ronald, the younger brother, heard the point immediately. "You guys went out for a night out last night, and you didn't call me and Harry." "Hey, keep your voice down, you idiot." Fred and George hurriedly covered Ronald's shouting mouth and could only make a whimpering sound. "How could the Weasley family be such an idiot as you?" Fred said helplessly. "Wadash." Ronald widened his eyes and stared at his two older brothers in dissatisfaction. "Did you go out for a night out last night?" As soon as Lewin sat down, Hermione leaned over and asked curiously. The jasmine scent was replaced by another scent that she had never smelled before. "Last night I went to the forbidden area to read some knowledge." Lewin glanced at Hermione, turned his head to the side, and touched his nose with his hand. "No bloodshed." He breathed a sigh of relief. He had never seen anything in his previous life. How could he have nosebleeds so easily in this life? "Too much blood?" "I didn't expect you to go on a night tour too, so aren't you afraid of being caught?" Hermione recorded what she was going to talk about in the next class and said, "F********** can't catch me. I'll take you to see something fun at night when I have time." Lewin shook his head. It's a joke to try to catch him just by virtue of Filch's squib, not to mention that he also has the illusion of a wheel eye. "I'm not going." Hermione glanced at Lewin, faint dark circles hanging over his eyes, and there was still some tiredness in his eyes. Lewin has worked so hard, she has no reason not to work harder. "By the way, Halloween is coming soon. Do you have any gifts ready?" Harry looked at the two of them and asked. The closest he went to the school were these little wizards, and of course Lewin was honored to be included in them. "Gift?" Lewin was taken aback. He never knew there was a gift for Halloween. After all, he was an orphan. But it doesn't matter, there are still a lot of strange things in him. They are all brought back by the frog cubs from other worlds, such as game consoles, snacks, books, and the like. These gifts are enough to open their eyes. "We're ready, and of course you're Lewin." The twins arranged their gifts early in the morning. "I think I need to prepare more." Lewin chuckled. His gifts are different from others. Since only the little snakes had no class this morning, Lewin had to come to the playground alone to practice his flying spell. Just as Lewin was walking up the stairs in the castle, he suddenly encountered a man with a purple hood at the corner. Boom! The books in Quirrell's hands scattered, and he fell to the ground. "Professor Quirrell, are you all right?" Lewin crouched down and asked cautiously. But his eyes glanced at the back of the other's head. That's where his senior Tom is. He had met each other at the sorting ceremony once, and he was also a professor of defense in dark magic. Didn't expect to meet Quirrell here. "No, it's fine." Quirrell helped his hat and found that it didn't fall, and he was relieved quickly. After stammering, he stood up and took the book that Lewin handed over. "Thanks." "You're welcome, Professor." Lewin looked at the back of Quirrell hurriedly leaving and touched his nose. Saw. Just now, his Sharinian saw the face on the back of the other's head. "Meeting for the first time, Senior Tom." A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Lewin's mouth. He remembered that Ronald's rat was Senior Tom's lackey, Peter Pettigrew. And he just recently did some research on compound medicine. To be honest, he kinda hates those shitty things. After arriving at the playground, Lewin discovered that quite a few people had already started practicing Quidditch. Among them, he even saw a Huxia female seeker. "Seems like a student of Ravenclaw. Gerald, you're here too." Malfoy, who was playing with the broom, saw Lewin, who had just arrived at the playground. He walked over, raised his broom, and showed off. "How about it? The broom my dad prepared, Nimbus 2000. Of course, you have a share too." With that said, Malfoy snatched it from his valet and handed it to Lewin. Lewin took the broom inexplicably. He knew Malfoy wanted to beat Harry, but he didn't expect it to cost so much. However, the broom for whoring is not necessary. With that in mind, Lewin cast a flying spell and joined Slytherin's training team. With strong control and excellent physique, the eyes of the entire training ground soon focused on Lewin. Because there is no ball that he can't defend, and no one can think of how to block the ball he sends out. Because his ball turns. It's just a simple use of magic power. Is it so lively? Lewin, who was resting on the ground again, suddenly heard a voice. "Cedric, Captain of Hufflepuff, you just played a good game." Asterisk. Comments. "Lou and Gerald, nice to meet you." For Cedric, he was still somewhat impressed, and, while watching, Lewin found that his Quidditch skills were also very good. Whether it is defensive or offensive, there are good tactics. But what he didn't expect was that such a technician was actually a seeker. In a Quidditch match, if there is an emergency, it is possible to change positions. That is to say, every contestant can be a seeker. Cedric writes about the game of Quidditch for Lewin. What surprised Lewin was that in Quidditch matches, there were a total of 700 violations. This is probably too much. The two of them had a friendly conversation about Quidditch knowledge all morning, only one talking and the other listening. Hope to meet you on the field. Cedric looked at the back of Lewin's departure, half squinted and thought. Lewin's dazzling skills attracted him just now. He thought he was a veteran of Quidditch, but unexpectedly, it was his first experience with Quidditch. The afternoon class was Snape's potions class. The little snake and the little lion go together. Lewin ignited the cauldron in front of him, holding a handful of ingredients in his hand, which he placed into the pot according to Hermione's notes. Very good, 5 points for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Professor Snape, who was passing by, looked at the cauldron of the two and nodded slightly. The potion of the two was the best in the entire classroom, whether it was color or taste. Don't be too happy. Lewin, who had refined the refreshing potion, put away the potion and began to prepare the next pot of chaotic condiment. Harry Potter, there's no need for toadskin in the booster. Did you take notes? 5 points from Gryffindor. Sure enough, he was deducted from the 5 points he had just added, and Hermione suddenly turned to look at Ronald sitting next to Harry. Ronald Weasley, you two are exactly the same. You transcribe 10 copies of your notes and send them to my office after class. Also, 5 more points from Gryffindor. Hermione froze in her seat. It was only during Snape's potions class that she always had a strange idea. Why am I coming to Gryffindor? Very well, Gryffindor only took 5 points today because of you. Lewin complimented Hermione after throwing the aconite into the pot to boil. Without Hermione's 5 points, the Gryffindor would still be deducting 10 points today. Based on the current scores, we Gryffindors should not have the house cup. Life wasn't easy, Hermione sighed. Only one scholar can't save Gryffindor. I can only say that I did my best. After the potions class was over, Harry and Ronald were both depressed on a daily basis. As long as Professor Snape's class was over, they both looked the same. After all, Ronald can't abandon Harry. He can do it by himself, right? So, when scolded, Snape always took Ronald along with him. In the true sense, we share the blessings and share the difficulties. Didn't I give the two of you the note? Why didn't I remember it? Hermione couldn't help complaining, half squinting her eyes. Notes? Ronald looked at her in disbelief and said in disbelief, that thick notebook is like a dictionary. You let us both memorize it. Harry, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Such a thick notebook, I really can't read it in one night, let alone memorize it. Thinking of the dense and detailed knowledge in the notebook, the two couldn't help but have a headache. That greasy old bat loves to be punished. It's a big deal that we two skip class. Ronald gave himself up. Deducting 10 points as well, he really didn't want to face Snape anymore. It's just the shadow of his childhood. How could the two of you skip class if Professor McGonagall knew? Hermione couldn't help frowning her pretty eyebrows when she heard this. Miss Xing 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 Xing, you go to inform. Harry, let's go. Saying that, Ronald grabbed the hand of Harry, who was still hesitant, and ran towards the playground. You! Hermione stomped her little foot angrily, but that didn't calm her down. It seems that your character in Gryffindor is not very pleasing. Lewin pointed out Hermione's problem at once. A scholar with an arrogant personality is completely unsuitable for the reckless Gryffindor environment. I want you to take care of it. Hermione buried half of her face in the wide scarf, leaving only a pair of brown, smart eyes staring at him angrily. Even the voice that came out was muffled. I'm not low dash. Almost finished saying it. Lewin quickly closed his mouth and reached out a hand to touch Hermione's curly brown hair. What are you not? It's a pity that Miss Hermione heard all the words just now. It's nothing, I want to say it's time for dinner. Lewin was covering. It always feels like there's something wrong with you. Hermione glanced at him suspiciously, and then found that the big hand on the top of her head, a touch of red quietly emerged. Don't mess up my hair. Having said that, Hermione's hair is naturally curly and looks a little messy. When Lewin returned to the dormitory again, he suddenly found that the frog cub that had been sleeping on the bed had disappeared for some time. In its place are 2 photos. Going on a trip again? Lewin picked up the photo and glanced at it. The first photo was a dense jungle. The second photo shows a frog cub wearing a lotus leaf hat standing on a lotus leaf in the lake. What is this place? No way, there are too few clues in these 2 photos, and he can't analyze them at all. Forget it, whatever it is. Lewin is still thinking about going to the library tonight or not. Asterisk. Lewin, after much deliberation, decided to go to the restricted book area again tonight. As for Dumbledore's warning, he couldn't believe that Dumbledore would stare at him all day long, let alone fire him, and if he was found again, he would only be deducted points. Think of it and do it. Before the school is completely quiet, Lewin pushed the door and walked out. When he opened the door, he happened to bump into Malfoy, who came in. "You're this." Malfoy looked suspiciously at Lewin, who was ready to go, and asked knowingly. Lewin pulled his wand out of his hem and waved it in front of him. I must finish building Hogwarts today. Crabbe, go and chop down the tree for me." Saying that, Malfoy pushed the door with Crabbe, who was also pretending to be blind, as if he didn't see Lewin. "I never saw Lewin go out today." Malfoy felt a slight hardness in his waist and immediately expressed his attitude. Lewin turned his eyes slowly to Crabbe, who stood up straight. Me too." The 2 expressed their opinions, and Lewin nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Goodbye." Putting away his wand, Lewin followed the stairs to the first floor of Hogwarts. There are also many Hufflepuff little wizards on the first floor, wandering at the door of the restaurant at night. There were even a few little wizards who greeted Lewin in a friendly way. Lewin responded with a smile. When Lewin turned around and walked towards the stairs, several of Hufflepuff's little witches immediately blushed and started talking. "Do you know the name of the good-looking wizard in the snake courtyard? I've seen him a few times, like a freshman in the first year. So cute, like pinching his face. Golden hair fits the aristocratic temperament of Snake House." Lewin, who was walking up the stairs, heard the discussion coming from behind, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He hasn't gone far, okay? These witches are horrible. Lewin hurriedly quickened his pace after hearing that he had already started talking about having a few children. Can't be bothered. Mrs. Pants had already left the library at night, so there was no one in the empty library. Araho Cave is open. However, just when Lewin picked up the wand in his hand and aimed it at the lock of the door, a voice came out first. And the voice was very familiar. "Hermione." "Who?" As the door opened, Lewin finally saw Hermione holding the book and rubbing his eyes, looking sleepy on his face. But when she heard her name subconsciously, she was still startled. Seeing the familiar figure again, Hermione patted her chest in relief. "I thought it was Mrs. Pants, it scared me to death." Then she reacted immediately. "Are you out for a night tour?" "How can you say night tour? I came out to study." Pushing open the half-closed door, Lewin walked in from Hermione's side. But... Hermione faltered for words. "Illegal." Lewin helped her out. "Don't worry, I've come out so many times, and Filch never caught me once." That's true. He had never really caught him except once by the elusive Dumbledore. "What about you? You overslept while reading in the library." Lewin asked back while pressing the corners of his raised mouth. "Didn't Mrs. Pants find you?" "Mostly because I was so sleepy, I fell asleep in the corner." Miss Hermione was embarrassed once. Slobber at the corner of the mouth. Lewin took out his wand and performed a star twinkle, pointing to the corner of Hermione's mouth. "Crawling on a book to sleep does make you drool involuntarily." "What?" Hermione reacted and quickly took out her scarf and wiped it. "What do you want to study in the library?" He changed the subject bluntly, but Lewin took it on face to face. "Some dark spells that are forbidden to learn." Lewin walked into the forbidden area and found the book from last night according to his memory. Black Curse. Hearing these 3 words, Hermione subconsciously raised her voice and then realized something was wrong. She lowered her head and said softly, "I heard that learning the black magic spell will affect people's minds." "Luin, you better not touch those things." Luin could clearly sense Hermione's kindness towards him. "But Headmaster Dumbledore also has a black spell." "No, Headmaster Dumbledore is different. He is the greatest wizard," Hermione retorted subconsciously. "I'm also going to be the greatest wizard, so I'm like Dumbledore." "You." Hermione was so angry that she couldn't speak Luin. "But you haven't become such a great wizard yet." Hard can only be soft. Hermione walked up to Luin and whispered, "Okay, don't worry so much." Luin put the book in his hand on the table and explained to Hermione, "Only those little wizards who are not determined will be eroded by the curse. I am different. Believe me." Pale blue eyes met with a smile and worried brown eyes. The blue starlight illuminated the surrounding darkness, allowing Hermione to see Luin's face clearly. "Forget it, let's go." She turned her head subconsciously and said angrily. After getting Miss Hermione, Luin opened the book that recorded the dark curse. The moment it was opened again, a black mist gushed out from the book. "All disappear." Before Luin could react, Miss Hermione, who was watching from the side, took the lead in picking up her wand and chanting a spell at the mist. Soon, with a flash of light from the wand, the fog dissipated out of thin air. "There are all kinds of traps in these books that are hidden in the forbidden area." Hermione half squinted her eyes and said, "These are textbooks. Obviously, you didn't listen to the class. I won't give you the notes next time. You have to remember it yourself." "I try my best." Luin shrugged, watching Hermione grit his teeth. "I really want to give him a bite." As the black mist was expelled, the content of the book was gradually presented in front of the two of them. That's right. In the end, Hermione couldn't resist the drive of curiosity and came over to watch the book with Luin. There are many spells recorded above, and the effect of each spell can make people dizzy just by looking at them. There's even an unforgivable curse in it. "These spells are horrible," Hermione said, glancing at them. "For example, if people maintain hatred, they can inspire more powerful digging. Or the bewildering imperious curse. According to the rules of the Ministry of Magic, as long as these spells are cast on people, they will be imprisoned in Azkaban for life." Hermione explained softly. She still hopes that Luin can turn around as soon as possible. There is absolutely no need for them to learn these mantras. After all, the Dark Lord had been killed by Harry Potter now. Now the wizards are also very friendly. Okay, I don't want to learn this." Luin shook his head and turned the book to the page he wanted. What was recorded was the spell he least wanted to face, legilimency. This spell is too harmful to him, and the things in his mind cannot be made public at will. And beneath Dementor is marked its counter-curse. Occlumency. Occlumency? Hermione was a little puzzled. Why study this? At first she thought Luin was going to learn legilimency, but she was relieved at the time. Because compared to the previous 3 unforgivable curses, it is still worthy of tolerance. But she really didn't expect that what Luin wanted to learn in the end was occlumency. She remembered that this spell would be learned later in her senior year. After all, no one wants their brains to be known. Luin pointed to his own head and said, ever since he had met Dumbledore on the last night tour, when he went back he remembered that he was a Dementor. The sense of crisis had already been planted at that time. Although it is said that the headmaster of Dumbledore will not let him use it casually, who knows such a thing? The sooner he learns occlumency, the more protection he has in his heart. Are you studying? Luin asked Hermione. Come, all come. And it's not a black curse. Hermione thought, and agreed. Study. The incantation and specific usage of occlumency is a bit complicated, but the person sitting here tonight is a gifted, pure scholar. It only took half an hour, and the two of them learned almost the same. And while Hermione was still studying, Luin learned the above Dementor again. This spell is also good, and it can extract all the knowledge in the human brain. He believed it would be of great use in the future. Almost an hour later, Luin suddenly turned his head and looked into the corner. There a fluffy tail was wagging constantly. Mrs. Norris? Hermione, who was studying occlumency, also found the cat's shadow behind the bookshelf. Since Mrs. Norris is here, it means that Filch's door opener is also there. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but panic. "Mrs. Norris found us right away," she said in a low voice. "Don't worry, put the book back first." Luann comforted her, then cast a silent spell on himself, hiding in the darkness, and quietly put the book back. No way, if the book is not put back, it will easily attract the attention of the meticulous Mrs. Pins. By that time, Dumbledore was supposed to be looking for him again. "Follow me." Luann walked over to Hermione and whispered. Just when he was putting the book, he looked around with his scribbles, and Mrs. Norris had already walked out around the back door. Since Filch is a squib, Luann can't see him at all. This is a blind spot. Hermione didn't dare to say a word and followed Luann tightly with her notes in her arms. Looking at the sleeves swaying in the wind in front, she hesitated and caught it. Luann clearly felt it. "It's too dark to see around," she defended herself. In order not to attract Filch's attention, Luann removed the spell of the twinkling of the stars, so the two were now walking along the moonlight. "Be careful with raised floors," Luann reminded. Behind him, out of sight, Hermione was staring with brown eyes at Luann, who was being held by her sleeve in the moonlight. The golden back looked very soft under the moonlight. The two walked silently through the castle at night, not so much to avoid Filch, but to meet at night. Only, as she walked, she realized something was wrong. "Is this the restricted area on the 3rd floor?" Hermione counted down the stairs and whispered to Luann. "Take you to see a good thing." Luann hadn't forgotten the mirror of Ariste that could elicit the desires of people, and he wanted to see what Hermione desires. Good stuff. At this time, Hermione also remembered the good things Luann had mentioned in the morning. Thinking of this, she brought a trace of anticipation in her heart. Following the route of memory, Luann finally found the mirror again. The mirror of Eris was not removed by Dumbledore, but remained standing. Hermione also saw this tall and luxurious mirror with the help of moonlight. The font above made her stunned, because she couldn't understand it at all, and she didn't even know which country's alphabet it was. After all, there were many countries using alphabets. Is it some peculiar text? Hermione guessed. "Come on, try to stand in front of this mirror," Luann asked Hermione softly, pushing Hermione to the mirror. "What did you see in there?" "What did you see?" Hermione's brown eyes looked suspiciously at the mirror. Strangeness. Why did the person in the mirror get so big and still look similar to her? And there is another person in the mirror besides her. She quickly turned to look at Luann. But Luann did not stand behind her but leaned in front of the mirror and looked at her with a smile. Blinking her eyes, Hermione looked in the mirror again. In the mirror, a handsome man with blonde hair draped his clothes over her body and hugged her gently. The meticulous Hermione even discovered the same delicate ring on both hands. "What do you see?" Luann, who was peeking at the mirror, covered his nose and asked. "I saw clothes." "See the clothes?" "What clothes?" Luann was taken aback, then looked up at Hermione. At this time, the clever Hermione had already discovered the meaning of that line of letters. The light was too dark just now, blocking the line of sight and not finding it. Seeing this sentence now, Hermione guessed it right away. What is reflected is what the heart desires. She understood instantly. The content in the mirror also means that only she can see it. "What did you see inside?" Hermione narrowed her eyes and asked back. She already knew what she longed for, but she wouldn't say it. Luann froze for a moment, then lied as he touched his nose. "I saw family inside." As an orphan, there is nothing wrong with seeing family members inside. "Family. I saw a lot of beautiful clothes." Hermione lied the same way. She's pretty sure Luann isn't seeing family because he's always hesitant to lie. Really. It turned out that Hermione was lying too. But neither of them broke each other down. After looking at the watch, the time has come to 1 o'clock in the morning. Hermione covered her mouth and yawned, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, and she could tell she was a little sleepy. Just slept in the library for a few hours, and it's been pushed to the limit. "Come on, let's go back." Luann stretched too, ready to send Hermione back to the Gryffindor lounge on the 8th floor. If she were to go back alone, she might meet Filch on the way. To be safe, Let him send him back. Hermione did not refuse this request. After all, it was her first night tour, so she definitely did not have as much experience as Lewin. At the corner of the third floor, Lewin's footsteps stopped, and at the same time he reached out to stop Hermione, who was still walking forward. "What's wrong?" Hermione shuddered and asked in a low voice. "In the silent night, if you are suddenly stopped, you will naturally be startled." The moonlight outside the window was pale and pale, passing through the patterned window and falling on the marble brick floor. Lewin's light blue eyes turned red at some point, and he half squinted, looking at the unlocking figure in the distance. "Professor Quirrell?" Hermione followed her gaze and saw the height of the one wrapped in a purple turban. She couldn't help but wonder, why is Professor Quirrell here in the middle of the night? Quirrell was the professor who taught the second-year dark magic defense class, and he wasn't included in the first-year class. But there are only those few professors in the entire castle. So many people have already recognized the professors, including Hermione. There's no way Professor Quirrell is the weirdest of all professors, stammering and fearful of everything around him. It looked like a frightened mouse. And there are rumors that students have heard him often talk to himself, as if he is schizophrenic. And there was an unpleasant garlic smell all over him. I heard that there was nothing unusual about the former Professor Quirrell, but a smart, studious, and very talkative person, until one day, after he returned from a trip abroad. The whole person has become like this. It's the restricted area that Headmaster Dumbledore said. Hermione whispered. He must have some hidden secret. What do we do now? How to do? What can be done? By the way, he also wanted to meet his senior Tom, but it was obvious that the time was not ripe. He might as well wait for the arrival of a notebook Horcrux. As for now, let's send Hermione back first. Soon, Quirrell snapped open the closed door and just took a step in, suddenly ran out in a panic, and closed the door again, panting. What's behind that door? Hermione opened her eyes wide and looked at Quirrell, who ran out in a panic, and asked Lewin, who was beside him. In the eyes of these little wizards, every professor is powerful, not to mention that Quirrell is also a professor of defense in dark magic. There is no easy one for anyone who can be a dark magic defense class. But Quirrell in front of him showed a terrified look in his clothes. It was hard to imagine what kind of thing was hidden in it to scare a professor like this. How could I know? Lewin glanced at her speechlessly, really thought he was a jack of all trades. If I remember correctly, it should be a three-headed dog guarding something. The Momotaro rice ball prepared last time was just to deal with it, but it was spoiled by Dumbledore last time. Come on, Professor Quirrell is here. Lewin moved his eyes and pulled Hermione behind a half-closed door. I saw Professor Quirrell swaying over, still chanting words in his mouth, as if he was cursing something, and his body trembled from time to time. Due to the long distance and the low sound, the two of them could not hear anything. After Quirrell disappeared on the fourth floor, the two came out. Quirrell should have been communicating with Senior Tom just now. It seems that Senior Tom has taken action. Thinking so, Lewin looked at Hermione beside him. Go back to sleep quickly. After reaching the 8th floor, two people stood in front of the door of Gryffindor's lounge. The yawning fat lady floats out of the painting. Two little wizards who travel by night. Oh, and one is a little snake of Slytherin. It's a rare couple, the fat lady quipped. It's just that neither of them were moved, so Mrs. Fat felt very boring. She said nonchalantly, Okay, Miss Hermione speaks the command. With the password spoken, Hermione turned her head and bowed to Lewin. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lewin nodded, then turned and walked into Slytherin's lounge. Apparently, Hermione really didn't have any friends in Gryffindor. On the way back, Lewin couldn't help thinking. It stands to reason that roommates in the same dormitory could easily find the missing Hermione and choose to tell Professor McGonagall or go out to find it. But obviously not. And Hermione should also know her situation very well, so she chose to go out for a night out with Lewin. Otherwise, in order not to drag Lewin down, she would have gone back a long time ago. After returning to the bedroom, the time has come to 3:30 in the morning. Fortunately, tomorrow morning is a Sunday. This also means that you can have a good night's sleep tonight. Luan, who was lying on the bed, closed his eyes. The sound of breathing came one after another in the silent bedroom. Asterisk. Today is a week off. By the time Luan woke up, it was close to noon, and there was no one in the dormitory. After simply cleaning himself up with the magic spell, he went to the restaurant to have something to eat. With the last bite of bread and butter in his mouth, Luan is ready for the afternoon Quidditch match. In this afternoon, Ravenclaw and Slytherin will have a small training, and the little wizards who are okay will naturally go to watch the excitement. It wasn't until Luan arrived at the playground that he found that the entire lawn was surrounded by water, and most of them were first graders he had never seen before, and he also saw a few familiar faces. Ronald and Harry and Cedric the last time I met. As for Hermione, she was going to spend the whole day in the library today, frantically adding knowledge. It can only be said that Shueba and others are two species. Give way. The blonde wizard wearing a green tie and black wizard robes naturally attracted a lot of attention. Most of them were girls. Hello, can you meet me? Senior, which college are you from? Luan, who stands out, is so attractive that even Ronald and Harry, the two Gryffindors, noticed the commotion over there. Damn it, if only I were like Luan. Ronald said with sour envy. Luan is very handsome. Harry nodded in agreement. If it was legendary, Harry was the winner, but when it came to attracting girls, there was no doubt that Luan's face beat him. Passing through the lively crowd, Luan silently sorted out the slightly crooked clothes. It's late. Luan greeted the Slytherin leader. Max Flint is a pure-blood wizard, but it may be the reason for the consanguineous marriage, and the appearance is somewhat unsatisfactory. And the style of play he has also seen. Very rude and rude, as long as he has the opportunity, he will definitely kill his opponent. Slytherin's captain waved his hand indifferently. He had seen Luan's skills yesterday, and it can be said to be very powerful. Even he might not be able to catch some balls. Powerful people are privileged wherever they are. Opposite the green snake is today's practice opponent Ravenclaw. The leader in charge of the opposite team is Roger Davis, who is a very strong chaser. He also saw Zhang Qiu, Ravenclaw's seeker. Today, you're the seeker and let Malfoy get used to the hitter, Flint said to Luan. He had already seen the strength of Luan yesterday, and he should also know about another wizard from the Malfoy family who came in. No problem. Luan nodded. The seeker is the easiest one when his teammates are working hard. Because when the golden snitch hasn't come out, it's very likely that the score has been enough. And if he was going to be a seeker, he would have to go up against Xiuzhang. Malfoy also had no problem with Flint's arrangement. As the whistle of the practice game blew, the two teams were on the verge of firing, and the flying spell was used on the broom with ease. Luan and Xiuzhang both flew to the highest point, because this is the best place to observe the trend of the golden snitch. The game below has already started, the quaffle is rampant in the field, and the players are all staring at their own frame with alertness. In the official game, there will be a professional commentator. And it just so happened that there was a commentator on Gryffindor's side. Lee Jordan of Gryffindor. Hey girls and gentlemen, the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw is officially on. This commentary will be conducted by the soon-to-be commentator, Lee Jordan of Gryffindor. Also, Angelina, I will always love you. The next match commentator from Gryffindor is here. Let's see what's going on. Slytherin's Flint has had enough of the gridlock. His style is as rough as ever. I don't know how they got 5 straight. The following game became more and more intense. Flint's bravery and rudeness did not look like a player from the Snake Academy at all, and he won 50 points directly at the start. Obviously, Luan could feel Xiuzhang, who was next to him looking for the golden snitch, panicked. At this moment, a touch of gold pierced through the clouds and landed on the field. Oh, here comes the golden snitch. Let's put our eyes on the seekers on both teams. Familiar Ravenclaw seeker, Xiuzhang. And first-year seeker, Weasley's friend, Luan Geralt. Luan was taken aback. He didn't expect his name to be known by Jordan. I really don't know why there are first-year wizards joining Quidditch. I heard that it was Malfoy's old school manager who thought of it. Lee Jordan, everyday black Slytherin. The moment the golden snitch was discovered, Lu En and Xiao Zhang quickly caught up. The chase between the two has started. We obviously see that Lu En is faster than Xiao Zhang, and Xiao Zhang is still reluctant to catch up. The strong wind made Lu En completely unable to listen to Lee Jordan's speech. The golden snitch is very fast and very flexible. Behind him, Xiao Zhang was chasing after him. The speed and distance of both sides froze for a while. Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth and looked at the figure in front of him and couldn't help but grit his teeth. What the hell is this first-year student? Why is the flying spell so skilled? When she was in first grade, she couldn't even control the broom. People are more popular than dead people. The golden snitch kept scurrying around the entire arena, sometimes high in the sky, sometimes on the ground, testing the player's mastery of flying. For Lu En, who has absolute control, this is simply a small problem. It is only a matter of time to catch up with this golden snitch. However, Xiao Zhang in the back was not so comfortable. The area on the lawn was not as big as the Quidditch field, and there were many spectators and buildings. The golden snitch rushed straight into the Gryffindors' camp, where Lee Jordan was. "Hey, what's the matter with you?" Lee Jordan's eyes widened, looking at the two players who were getting closer and closer to their Gryffindor. The golden snitch brushed his cheek and flew past. Lu En narrowed his eyes and flew straight into the sky just as he was about to hit Lee Jordan. "Don't come here, Dash." Lee Jordan was taken aback by Lu En's extreme operation and quickly ran aside with his wand. Xiao Zhang, who followed closely behind, was not so lucky. Because Lu En had been blocking the view in front of him, suddenly there was a 90-degree climb. Without giving her a chance to react, a scream crashed straight into the Gryffindor crowd. And behind Lee Jordan, it happened to be the confused Harry Potter. At this time, Lu En, who was climbing, just caught the golden snitch who was also climbing. At the end of the training game, 3 people were injured. Harry, Xiao Zhang, Ronald. Ronald was hit by the broom, and Xiao Zhang hit Harry. "Don't thank me, Harry." Lu En's mouth twitched. Asterisk. With Lu En catching the soaring golden snitch, the game is over. After he fell to the ground, he walked over to the Gryffindor crowd. Xiao Zhang and Harry's injuries were nothing. One hand was broken, and the other leg was broken. Ronald on the side was the worst of the 3, and the wooden handle of the broom directly hit him in the face. The nosebleed was flowing freely, and the originally tall nose looked like it was collapsed. Refreshed, Lu En stepped forward, helped Ronald clean the blood, and handed him a handkerchief. "Thanks." Ronald covered his nose and thanked Lu En in a gruff voice. His eyes were filled with tears because of the blow to his nose. His best friend Harry was still hugging Qiu Zhang on the ground. Unfortunately, Qiu Zhang's leg was broken. A broom flying at high speed is not something her body can resist. The inertia generated alone is enough to throw her a few dozen meters away. It was also fortunate that Harry caught her in the crowd, preventing Qiu from sliding with his face on the ground. "Are you all right?" Qiu Zhang asked worriedly to Harry below him. Harry Potter, the man who defeated Voldemort. In this school, almost everyone knows each other. Even if you don't know it, you can find that iconic lightning scar. Unexpectedly, the legendary Harry Potter caught her. Xiao Zhang also did not expect that his control over the broom would be so poor. This made her feel a little guilty. "No, it's fine." Harry looked at Xiao Zhang's delicate face, his sides flushed instantly, and he stammered. Do you need me to take you to the infirmary?" A voice interrupted the two of them looking at each other. Lu En said without looking at the atmosphere at all. "No need." Looking at Lu En's friendly hand, Xiao Zhang, although he refused, still grabbed his hand and pulled himself away from Harry's body. "Your flying spell is very powerful. Are you really a first-year wizard?" Xiao Zhang remembered the figure that shuttled through the crowd and came and went freely during the training, and praised in disbelief. "Of course he's a first-year rookie, and the Weasley twins, and I can attest to that, right?" As the commentator this time, Lee Jordan walked over in horror, followed by the Weasley brothers behind him. "Ha ha, Lu En, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Will you come to our Gryffindor from Slytherin?" The two brothers smiled at Lu En. "That's a good proposal. Lee Jordan's eyes also lit up. I don't know how many times I have invited foreign aid in Quidditch. If they can pull Luen over, their Gryffindor will definitely be able to beat Slytherin this year. A shame. No, I don't have this plan for the time being. Luen shook his head and declined the two brothers' invitation. Hey, don't you two come to see your own younger brother? Covering his nose, Ronald looked at his two twin brothers in dissatisfaction. Oh, my dear brother D, what's the matter with you? Fred exaggeratedly widened his eyes and looked at Ronald in disbelief. You're going to get hit on the nose with a broom. So does George. The exaggerated acting skills of the two made Ronald stomp his feet angrily. Let's take Ronald and Harry to the infirmary. Luen pulled up Harry, who was lying on the ground. As for Qiuzhang, she was taken away by her captain just now. Come back to my senses, Qiuzhang has gone away. Looking at Harry's absent-minded gaze, Luen waved his hand in front of him. Harry regained his senses and asked Luen, is that girl called Qiuzhang just now? Doesn't your arm hurt? Luen didn't answer. Instead, he squeezed his arm with his hand. Harry's arm had just been dragged a few meters. Can't feel it. Harry shook his head. The child is helpless. Inside the infirmary, Hermione trotted all the way from the library after learning that Harry and Ronald had an accident on the practice field. Before the two people lying on the hospital bed were moved, Hermione walked to Luen's side worriedly. How are you? Is there anything wrong? I heard that you were dragged a few hundred meters by Qiuzhang and beaten by a broom. Who said this? The two of them are the injured, and I'm fine. Luen pointed to the two people lying on the bed. Harry's arm was already in a cast, while Ronald's face was covered in bandages, leaving only one eye exposed. That's fine. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Lee Jordan, who was snickering beside him. He was the one who told Hermione just now that Luen had a problem on the practice turf. So she trotted all the way. How did you two get injured? Isn't it Slytherin and Ravenclaw's training today? Looking at the two on the hospital bed, Hermione was a little speechless. They weren't practicing with Gryffindor, but they were injured. Forget it. The two of you can take care of your injuries. Hermione pulled Luen down beside the small table. I just happen to have a potion that I don't know. Please explain it to me. Only the brothers and sisters who looked at each other in dismay were left. The Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan left first because they had classes in the afternoon. There's still one person left to take care of the two's medication, so Luen and Hermione stayed. It's just the voices of the two of them that made Ronald and Harry feel that there are only two of them in this world. Squeak. Ah, Scabbers. A mouse the size of a palm jumped onto the hospital bed at some point. Ronald looked at the mouse in surprise and exclaimed, How did you find this place? However, the mouse could not answer him. Luen also found the big mouse and walked over to catch it. This is my pet Scabber, Luen. Please put it down. Ronald, who was tied and unable to move, said with wide eyes. Spotted. Luen looked at the mouse in his hand and smiled. I just didn't know where to find you, but I didn't expect you to arrive at your door. I take your hair. Asterisk. After plucking a handful of hairs from Rat's body, Luen threw Scabbers to Ronald. I don't know if the compound potion distinguishes whether this hair is Peter Pettigrew or a rat that F***ck Gus turned into. Thinking of this, Luen's hand holding the hair slightly paused. According to the strong potion in the forbidden area of the library, compound potions cannot successfully transform animal hair. At the same time, this kind of change is also very risky, and it is easy to make oneself a ghost. No, you have to be safe. Thinking, Luen dropped the rat fur on the floor. Looks like I'll have to hypnotize the rat tonight in Gryffindor's lounge. As long as he uses the Shaker's illusion, he can easily control Ban to change back to Peter Pettigrew. Looking at Ronald hugging Scabbers and kissing, Luen felt a chill. It's a shame everyone didn't know that this rat was Peter Pettigrew. Otherwise, shaking his head and putting this thought behind him, he hurried back to the table and explained the remaining ingredients to Hermione. He read not only dark magic in the forbidden book area, but also various books, such as astrology, potions, and various biographies. Hermione, who was still a little confused, became more flexible with Luen's explanation. He knows a lot. Hermione looked at Lewin, who was speaking and writing, and couldn't help thinking. She had been soaking in the library lately, and even Mrs. Pants was very familiar with Hermione. Even Mrs. Pants admired the girl's learning ability and self-control. She had never seen such a studious wizard for so many years in charge of the library. The last time I met was a Slytherin wizard named Tom Riddle. The two stayed from midday into the night, and under the potion of the gracious Mrs. Poppy Pomfrey, the wounded Harry and Ronald were finally able to go back to sleep. And Lewin was at the top of the stairs with the three people separately. Looking at the group of Hermione who left, Lewin thought about it and went straight back to Slytherin's lounge. Flint, the captain, is celebrating thanks to a landslide victory over Ravenclaw in today's scrims. After seeing Lewin, I hurriedly greeted him to come to the party. As the seeker who found the snitch and ended the game early, Lewin was of course a big contributor, especially with the loss of one of the Ravenclaw seekers. This is so in line with Flint's Quidditch style. Here, butterbeer, from the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade for a great price. Young wizards under the 3rd grade are not allowed to drink, but no one will stick to those rules. Lewin took the bubble-filled butterbeer and took a sip. The taste is weird, but not unacceptable. After a few simple drinks, Lewin said goodbye to this group of wizards who gradually turned to pure-blooded wizards. Night is coming. An oil lamp was lit on the silent corridor, and Lewin came to the painting of the fat lady on the 8th floor, and the fat lady was already asleep. You can even hear snoring coming from the painting. He tried his best not to disturb the fat lady who was watching the door. The scythe in the eye began to turn, and as the surrounding space began to swirl into the right eye, Lewin himself was hidden in the different space. With the fingertips lightly touching the stone gate, but like a layer of phantom, it passed through without touching anything. This was the first time he used this ability. I didn't expect to actually be able to pass through the stone wall. After Lewin disappeared in front of the stone gate, Madame Fatty rubbed her sullen eyes and looked at the painting, nothing unusual. When Lewin opened his eyes again, he was already in Gryffindor's lounge. Pale red accents and furniture in a variety of warm tones give a warm feel, and Slytherin's lounge is a complete polar opposite. The fire in the lounge was still burning, and Lewin remembered Harry telling him his room number. He even remembered Hermione's room number. Finding the side where the boys lived, Lewin took the oil lamp and found Harry and Ronald's dormitory. As the blur was activated, the figure hidden in the darkness sneaked into the bedroom. When he reappeared, the oil lamp in his hand had been thrown into the different space by Lewin. Peter Pettigrew. When I came to Ronald's window, a fat mouse who was sleeping soundly was lying beside Ronald's pillow. Reaching out his hand quickly to catch the sleeping mouse, Lewin entered the alien space again while Peter Pettigrew didn't react. When it reappeared, it was already in the bathroom on the 3rd floor. He threw the sleeping fat mouse on the ground, but still did not wake up. Vigilance is too bad. It seems that in the past few years in the Weasley family, Peter Pettigrew has completely lost his vigilance. Wake up, Peter Pettigrew. Lewin, with a mask on his face, kicked it with his toes. Still no response. Here comes Sirius. Squeak. Peter Pettigrew woke up immediately after Lewin said this. However, when he returned to look at the mysterious man standing in front of him, a pair of swirling red eyes came into his vision. Before he could say a word, the whole mouse was controlled by Lewin. Unlock your F***CK Gust transformation. Lewin gave the order. Squeak. As the rat's body began to surging, and soon, a naked Peter Pettigrew appeared in front of him. The short body, the ugly face, and most importantly, the sparse mess of hair was just too greasy. Go over there and wash your hair. Lewin couldn't take it anymore and pointed directly to the bathtub beside him. No way, the compound medicine must need the hair and other items of the deformed person, and he didn't want to add such oily hair materials on the spot. After Peter Pettigrew complied with the order to wash his hair, Lewin pulled a handful of hair, and Peter Pettigrew subconsciously grinned in pain, tears welling in his eyes. Because one may not be enough, so prepare more in case of unexpected needs. After getting the hair, Luen thought of Professor Quirrell who taught at Hogwarts, and Senior Tom in the back of his head. I'm Peter Pettigrew here. Asterisk. After getting Peter Pettigrew's clean hair, Luen threw him directly into the bathroom stall. Then he returned to Slytherin's dormitory. Tomorrow, we have to find a way to prepare the materials for the compound medicine. If you want to refine the compound potion, you need a variety of precious materials, although Luen has a lot of gold galleons. But now he can't get out of school, let alone buy it in Diagon Alley. There will be a few days off after Christmas, but there are still more than 10 days left. He couldn't wait that long. Not to mention that it takes 21 days to cook. The conditions are very harsh, and if you are not careful, you will almost lose all your efforts. The compound potion is still too troublesome. When the frog cub can bring back a transformation technique, it will be good. Have time to visit the Forbidden Forest? Luen lay in bed thinking about the rich Forbidden Forest. Hagrid guarded it as a ranger, but it was easy to get in with his strength. There will be a herbal medicine class tomorrow morning, so if you go in the afternoon, you should be able to collect a lot of needed materials. After making arrangements for tomorrow's itinerary, Luen closed his eyes and went to sleep satisfied. Luen Gerald, if you fell into the devil's vine, how would you save yourself? Professor, as long as you don't struggle. During the herbal medicine class, Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction and made a gesture for him to sit down. Your knowledge simply amazes me. Thank you, Professor, for the compliment. No, you deserve it. Slytherin points. The Slytherin in the herbal shed has become a little numb, and Luen can basically get more than 10 in every class. In the current ranking, the first place is Slytherin, who has been watching for 6 years. The Little Snakes also beat the 3 major colleges easily this year. And the fellow Ravenclaw has already said that it doesn't matter, they can't talk about these superclass problems at all. Although they have wisdom, they are not omniscient. After the herbal medicine class, Luen was ready to pack up and head to the Forbidden Forest to have a look. But less than halfway there, he ran into Snape. Good afternoon, Professor Snape. Good afternoon. Snape half squinted his eyes and looked around Luen, but didn't notice the familiar little wizard of Gryffindor. And what made him more concerned was that every little wizard was in groups after class and only Luen was always alone, except for the little lion who was inseparable from him. School violence? Snape, the half-blood prince, understood that feeling. Have you read the contents of that notebook? There was a thick nasal sound, a Snape sound. No, Professor, I have a lot of things I don't understand. The content of that notebook is really too much, and the knowledge is also very profound. Luen and Hermione researched the problems they concluded in the middle of the night, and there was a large sheet of paper. After hearing Luen's questions, Snape pondered for a while and said quickly, "After dinner, come to my office. Some of these issues are important." He didn't expect Luen to list so many questions, and some of them surprised even him. Especially after hearing that most of these questions were raised by Hermione. You two are the most talented students I've ever brought this class. Snape sighed softly. Luen and Hermione were always the first or the second to concoct potions in potions class. After the two of them were concocted, the other little wizards were still scrambling to add materials. Then, Professor, I'll go first. Luen, who originally wanted to go to the Forbidden Forest, had no choice but to say goodbye to Snape. Now that Snape had initiated the invitation, he had no other reason to decline. As Slytherin's headmaster, Snape had a schedule in his hands. As for being sick, Snape's potion was basically a cure for a disease. It looks like it can only be delayed by a day. Luen's brown eyes gleamed when she told Hermione, who was out of class, about it at the restaurant. But they have another class in the afternoon, so unfortunately they can't go with them. Ask me these questions, by the way. Hermione handed Luen another note, densely packed with potions. What mass, peeled, weight of crucible, temperature of flame, are clearly marked on the paper. Row. Taking the note, Luen glanced at it and put it in his pocket. Professor Snape, here I come. When there was a knock on Snape's office, the door creaked open automatically after a while. Come in. A dull voice came from inside. Luen lifted his legs and walked in, closing the door behind him. Snape's office is very small, and the things in it are also miscellaneous: books, potion bottles. At this time, Snape was holding a liquid grass and slowly grinding it into powder. Seeing this, Lewin's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that Snape's office seemed to have a lot of material he had hoarded. Flower grass, the materials needed to refine high-level potions you haven't learned yet. But I think you can already learn with your talent. With that said, Snape handed him another book that looked old. Have time to look at it. Okay, now let's answer these questions. Lewin took the book, which was marked with the title, Advanced Potions Refinement and Analysis. This book is clearly not accessible to first-year freshmen. He glanced at it twice, and the contents inside were also recorded in the notes he received at the beginning. But some of the most basic content is very detailed. By the time he got out of Snape's office, the sun was about to set. The original blank notebook in his hand has already recorded densely scribbled English. No way, Snape was speaking too fast. Looking at the golden sunset, Lewin narrowed his eyes. He decided not to go to the Forbidden Forest. Come to Snape tonight. Asterisk. Night is approaching and the stars are high in the sky. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lewin came to Snape's office with ease. Having been on a night tour a few times, it is natural to have some experience. So far, he has never been caught by Filch once. Wish Snape had more stock. Standing in front of the door, Lewin thought. He didn't rashly use magic directly to open the closed door, because in Lewin's eyes he saw the flow of magic behind the door. Divine power. The Shaker's ability was activated, and Lewin passed through the door and walked into the room. Sure enough, as he expected, the entire classroom was full of traps that had been cast with spells. Professor Snape was really cautious. Just relying on these traps, if he didn't have the ability to blur, he estimated that he would be caught today. I don't know how Hermione got in the first place. He remembered that Hermione stole the ingredients from here to make the concoction. In his line of sight, the contents and structures of the entire house can be seen at a glance, especially behind the desk. There was a secret door hidden tightly under the carpet. This is the path to the basement below. Sorry, Professor Snape. I will try to repay you later. The three scythes in Lewin's eyes began to turn, and immediately, he dived into the floor. When I came to the basement, the bonfire on the wall was burning roaringly, illuminating the darkness where there was no light. There are several rows of tables in this basement. On the tables are some extremely uncommon materials. Those materials probably cost a lot of money to buy. There are even some materials that are basically priceless. Lewin's eyes lit up. Coming here is much better than going to the forbidden area. It's just that in the face of so many materials, he just chose some supplies for refining the compound medicine, and, of course, he also took some other useless materials. He didn't take it blindly either. These lost materials could completely synthesize 7 or 8 kinds of potions. It would also confuse Snape's gaze. Lacewings that have been boiled for 21 days? At this moment, Lewin suddenly saw a note on the bottle. Isn't this the main ingredient used to make compound medicines? Didn't expect it to be available here. It was simply a surprise. He thought it would take 21 days. After putting all the collected materials into the different space, Lewin left the basement where some materials had been swept away contentedly. The next morning, due to the complete materials he got last night, Lewin is also preparing to make a compound medicine. But this morning Hermione asked him to go out and study on the grass by Black Lake. Black Lake. Hermione, with her laptop in her hand, couldn't wait to ask Lewin those questions from yesterday. Dating between school bullies is always so simple and boring. The questions Snape had explained to him yesterday were very detailed, and his brain had already understood them all. About the African snake skin, you need to grind it first. Among the many little wizards who passed by and dated, these two people were the most special. The lawn for dating and chatting doesn't know when it became a learning place. No way, because Mrs. Pants left Hogwarts today, so the library didn't open. Hermione had no choice but to choose here. Fortunately, the weather is good today, and the clear sky shines on the sparkling Black Lake. The two of them solved most of the problems with just one question and one answer. After lunch, came the potions class in the afternoon. That is the course taught by Snape. When Luan sat in the classroom, he heard a bang and the door was kicked open. The expressionless Snape hurried to the podium. Luan, who was more familiar, knew that Snape had definitely discovered that his potion ingredients had been stolen. Harry is going to be out of luck again. Hermione on the side also saw that something was wrong with Snape and sighed and said with some sympathy. Everyone in the room knew what Snape had done to Harry. And today's Snape looks extraordinarily cold, which can only mean one thing: Harry is going to be unlucky. Luan glanced at Hermione unexpectedly. They actually thought of going together. All the little wizards saw that something was wrong, and in the huge classroom, no one dared to make a sound. Harry and Ronald even lowered their heads and dared not speak at all. The ordinary old bat is very scary, and now the angry old bat dare not think about it. Harry Potter. Sure enough, Snape called out the familiar name. Hermione bowed her head, shaking her body. No, Gryffindor's points are gone again. Now it has not become a negative number, and it is completely earned by Hermione in other courses. She is so difficult. Yes, Professor. Harry stood up quickly. He didn't dare to provoke Snape at this time. Now that he has stood up, he can only hope that the points deducted this time will not exceed 10 points. A class ends. Harry and Ronald both looked ashen as they walked down the corridor tremblingly. In this class, the two of them completely broke through the miracle. 30 points were deducted. I really have had enough. Ronald muttered indifferently. Every time he sat next to Harry, he would definitely be targeted by the old bat. Harry, next time I'm going to be next to Luan, Ronald said desperately. Harry trembled and looked at Ronald in disbelief. Ronald, you can't abandon me. Otherwise, let's go skip class. These two brothers and sisters, Luan couldn't help touching his nose when he saw it. Speaking of which, it has something to do with him. After all, the source of Snape's anger was the fact that he took those precious materials last night. Asterisk. At the dinner table in the afternoon, Harry declined an invitation to form a team from Gryffindor Quidditch. He and Ronald were both lying on the table in frustration. Snape hit them too hard today. No academy has ever been able to deduct 30 points in a class. In a way, they also broke the history of the academy. Miss Hermione ate her bread and butter expressionlessly. She didn't think about earning points anymore. Gryffindor was at the bottom of the list anyway. And the Academy Cup will let the remaining 3 academies compete. Destroy it, tired. Luan, who was sitting beside him, looked at the 3 of Gryffindor and didn't know how to comfort him for a while. All this is not to blame James Potter if he had not been violent at school. It is estimated that Snape would not be so extreme against him. What is this? Father's debt? If Harry hadn't had the same eyes as her mother, he'd probably have been imprisoned by Snape long ago. Come on, eat more fruit. Looking at Hermione, who had been nibbling on the bread, Luan kindly handed over a banana. House elves are never vague when it comes to ingredients, and all kinds of fruits are available here. Thanks. Hermione took Luan's banana and shoved the bread and butter into her mouth, looking puffed up on the sides of her cheeks. Just like a hamster, very cute. At this moment, Luan suddenly found a few more photos in his pocket. Was it sent by the frog cub? He took out the photo out of curiosity. The frog cub in the photo was standing on a spring, and there was nothing unusual about it. But after 11 years of raising, Luan can still see the changes of the frog cubs at a glance. Why do you feel like a mother? My delusion? Luan rubbed his eyes. The frog cub in the picture didn't know when he had a pair of long eyelashes, and his lips also had bright red lipstick. That's right. Has my frog always been a female? Can't. In the lower left corner of the photo is also written the date of return. That is 2 days later. Forget it. Let's see what the frog cub will bring this time. Holding down his inner curiosity, Luan stuffed the photo back into his pocket. I heard you're dating Cho Chang of Ravenclaw? At this moment, Hermione suddenly asked something inexplicably. However, it was this question that instantly attracted Harry's attention. Autumn Zhang. No, I just met her once, okay? Luan shook his head, denying it outright. Xiao Zhang's face may be attractive to Harry, but in Luan's eyes, it's just average, not outstanding at all. Will he go to contact Xiao Zhang? I don't know who made it. After hearing this answer, both Hermione and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Who did you hear? Luan asked Hermione with half-squinted eyes. And as far as I know, Qiuzhang is now in contact with Cedric. Thinking of Cedric sitting in the audience that day, his eyes kept rolling with Qiuzhang. Even when Qiuzhang fell into the crowd, Luan found that Cedric almost rushed over. If the captain of Ravenclaw hadn't passed by, it would have been Cedric who was supporting Qiuzhang. After Luan finished speaking, Harry almost widened his eyes in disbelief. And Hermione was a little nervous after hearing the questioning. Lee Jordan said it. She bought the rumor-monger without hesitation. Lee Jordan. Luan repeated. He remembered this rumor. He remembered that Lee Jordan seemed to confess a girl when he was explaining it. Looks like I'll have to ask the twins. Luan thought maliciously. After dinner, Ronald returned to Gryffindor's dormitory with the distraught Harry, while Luan and Hermione studied in the library for a while. The deduction of points has no impact on Hermione's learning status at all, and the learning has to be learned. She studied for herself, not for the college. After all, Hermione's dream was to become Minister of Magic. Luan and Hermione parted on the spiral staircase after Madame Pants drove them out of the library. After arriving at Slytherin's common room, Luan looked at Malfoy, who was chatting daily, and called him and Crabbe into the dormitory. Is something wrong? Gerald. Malfoy asked curiously. After so many days together, his fear of Luan has mostly dissipated. Especially after giving him a game console. Malfoy's opinion of Luan changed in an instant. Fine. When Luan, who lowered his head, raised his head again, a pair of riding wheels had quietly started to run. I just want you two to go to bed early. With a plop, the two fell directly on the carpet. Luan ignored them and started preparing things to make potions. Today is destined to be an extraordinary night. After Luan took out the prepared things from the different space, he put all the materials into the crucible, ready to start refining the compound potion. Since there are lace wings that have been boiled for 21 days, it saves a lot of trouble. Just use the existing ones. After brewing for about 3 or 4 hours, the brown potion in the crucible has become a little sticky, and there is a faint smell. Luan picked up a clean bottle and took a cup from the crucible. Then a hair of Peter Pettigrew was added. As the hair slowly fell into the cup, the original brown potion instantly turned black, and there was an unpleasant smell. It's just hard to swallow. Luan pinched his nose and glanced in disgust. The taste and color of the compound potion are determined by the hair of the person being transformed, and this black potion that always smells bad belongs to Peter Pettigrew. Pooh. The moment he entered, Luan couldn't help it, but he still refrained from drinking the rest of the potion. This is also the first time he has refined compound medicine, and I don't know if it will work. Soon, as the compound medicine gradually entered the stomach, the effect of the medicine also started to attack in an instant. I saw that Luan's body began to change like a rubber, and his body gradually became larger and his stomach was bulging. The originally golden back has been transformed into Mediterranean-style withered white hair at this time, and the handsome facial features have been replaced by ugly faces. Whether it is bone or figure, it has been changed from the inside out. This is the effect of compound medicine. But this effect is only for an hour. So he had to go to Professor Quirrell's office as soon as possible. If I remember correctly, the later resurrection of Voldemort is inseparable from Peter Pettigrew. So, Senior Tom, here I come. Luan's mouth pulled out an ugly smile. Peter Pettigrew, out. Asterisk. Looking at Peter Pettigrew's figure in the mirror, Luan grinned. Now that he has become Peter Pettigrew's appearance, it is natural to do something good. Slytherin's stone gate was opened in the dark night, and a fat, short figure walked out slowly. I think Professor Quirrell's office should be on the 3rd floor. Luan, who had been following Quirrell for a long time, naturally took note of his office. At Hogwarts, some professors live in offices, while others have separate bedrooms. For example, Snape lives in Slytherin's dormitory, and the office of the defense class of dark magic is very large, and Professor Quirrell usually lives there. Following the darkened stairs, Luan came all the way to the restricted area on the 3rd floor. At this moment, he suddenly turned sideways and hid behind a huge stone pillar. At the corner of the road, a dim yellow oil lamp gradually illuminated the surroundings, and Filch, with messy hair, was patrolling the floor with Mrs. Norris. Those little wizards who were caught at night would be locked in the torture room in the basement by him, and many people who had been caught once were very afraid of him. After Filch left, Lu-En slowly came out from behind the pillar. F*** is working hard. With a sigh of relief, he walked towards the dark magic defense office in the depths of the corridor. Professor Quirrell's office was lit up and conspicuous in the dark. Not asleep yet? Thinking so, Lu-En knocked on the wooden door. Please wait. Hearing the knock on the door, Professor Quirrell stopped what he was doing and walked towards the door suspiciously. Who would visit him at such a late hour? Wouldn't it be Snape? Ever since Quirrell had come here to teach dark magic defenses, he'd found out that Snape had been working against him in secret. It's just that his master told him that Snape was just pure personality. You're Peter Pettigrew. When opening the door, Quirrell saw the familiar face, suddenly changed his face, and exclaimed loudly, Peter Pettigrew? Voldemort, who was resting on the back of Quirrell's head, also opened his eyes in an instant. Quirrell was also a Hogwarts graduate. How could he not know this wretched and ugly man in front of him? But isn't he dead? Died in the sudden explosion, and was awarded the Order of Merlin, the highest honor of the wizard. You're not dead? Quirrell was a little taken aback. He stammered in surprise. Why do you think I'm dead? Lu-En, no, Peter Pettigrew asked Quirrell, baring his long front teeth. Coco, you weren't in that explosion. It was just a concealment. Peter Pettigrew interrupted, dipping his wand on Quirrell's purple turbaned head. Let's go in and talk. Strangeness. When did Peter Pettigrew become so kind? Voldemort felt the wand on his head, and he couldn't help but froze. Peter Pettigrew is synonymous with a coward in everyone's eyes. But why is Peter Pettigrew here? Quirrell and Voldemort agreed. As the two entered the house, Peter Pettigrew put down the disguised wand in his hand. What do you mean by concealment just now? And what are you doing here tonight? Before Peter Pettigrew could speak, Quirrell asked first. He knew that Peter Pettigrew had absolutely nothing good to do with him this evening. But now he was somewhat interested in what the hero had to say. Hide it, I made the explosion, and I wouldn't have survived without it. Then Peter Pettigrew grinned. As for why I'm looking for you, as a Death Eater, there's no reason for me to kill a wizard, right? When did Peter Pettigrew become so brave? Voldemort was shocked. Lu-En's past experience of Peter Pettigrew is simply based on newspaper knowledge and speculation. After all, it's been 11 years, and who can remember that long? He can remember that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort. As for pretending to be or not, he has never been in contact with Peter Pettigrew. Who the hell knows how to pretend? Now all Lu-En has to do is to disgust Voldemort as Peter Pettigrew and get to know Senior Tom by the way. Eat. Death Eaters. Quirrell froze for a moment, panicking at the sight of the wand already pointed at him. Don't do it. I am also the master servant. Really? I don't believe it. Peter Pettigrew stared at Quirrell with a pair of wretched small eyes, and there was a sense of threat. Awada. No. Stop it, Peter Pettigrew. The moment Lu-En chanted the spell, two different voices came out immediately. One was Quirrell's terrified scream, and the other was a hoarse cry. Master, save me. Quirrell quickly opened the purple hood over his head and pointed the back of his head at Peter Pettigrew. Now you believe that I am the master servant. Peter Pettigrew, I am your master. Behind Quirrell's head, a wriggling, fuzzy face stared at Peter Pettigrew, his hoarse roar hitting his heart. Owner. Peter Pettigrew put his wand down and looked suspiciously at the face behind his head. Yes, it's me. The Great Dark Lord is about to return. Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew, who had put his guard down, and laughed. The reason he didn't let Quirrell tell Snape about him was to prevent a betrayal by the Death Eaters. But Peter Pettigrew in front of him will never, because he knows the character of this coward. Follow me. What do you want to do? Halfway through his words, Voldemort's eyes suddenly widened. I saw that the wand that had been put down was lifted up again. Follow you? Why should I follow you if you are so weak? Peter Pettigrew grinned with his wand. You. Voldemort looked at Peter Pettigrew in disbelief. He never thought that one day he would be looked down upon by this coward. As long as you and Quirrell are killed here, isn't the third-generation Dark Lord's position mine? Lewin didn't want to put it on anymore, his wand hand aimed at the wriggling back of his head. Avada Kedavra. You can't. How dare you, Peter? A green glow emanated from Peter Pettigrew's wand with a hideous smile. At a critical moment, Voldemort controlled Quirrell's body to turn a direction, and the green life-suppressing spell directly hit his arm. What? Quirrell let out a terrifying scream. Just when Lewin was considering whether to give his dear senior another shot, there was a sudden knock on the door. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? It was Filch on patrol outside. Asterisk.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.